Om Mani Padme Hum. Pratichiamo anche, altrettanto velocemente, la divinità meditativa Tara, che porta aiuto veloce nelle condizioni più assurde, più impensabili. Tara ha un corpo di colore verde, luminoso, sempre seduta davanti a noi, sospesa nello spazio a 2 metri di distanza all'altezza della nostra fronte, sempre ci guarda con grande gioia, sapendo che ci aiuterà perfettamente, che non abbiamo niente da temere. Tara elimina ogni paura. Recitiamo sempre dai suoi pori si emanano raggi di luce che colpiscono tutti gli esseri senzienti e noi, per liberarci da tutti i problemi, le paure, le malattie. Sempre recitiamo il suo mantra per connetterci ancora più profondamente con lei. Om Tare Ture Soa, Om Tare Ture Soa, Om Tare Ture Soa, Om Tare Ture Soa, Tare Ture Soa. Tare Ture Soa. Ora, come dedica, recitiamo la preghiera, dedica per la pandemia, recitiamo la preghiera composta da un grande meditatore per guarire i monaci di un monastero tibetano di scuola Sakya da una loro epidemia. Recitando questa preghiera effettivamente i monaci guarirono, quindi è una preghiera che ha efficacia rispetto alle malattie. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano da karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il semplice suono dei cui nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati all'interno della bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, dai 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, dalle 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che corpo e mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari e supremi gioielli, con il potere cioè Buddha, Dharma e Sangha, con il potere delle Dakini, che sono le messaggere della mente di saggezza del Buddha, con il potere dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani e con la forza dell'infallibilità di karma e suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte non appena vengono pronunciate. Bene, ora invece di una dedica per le malattie, cioè questa dedica è in effetti onnicomprensiva, riguarda il nostro sentiero fino all'illuminazione, ma ora noi specifichiamo ancora di più che vogliamo dedicare questa pratica proprio per ottenere lo stato di Buddha, cioè perché la nostra mente dell'illuminazione si approfondisca sempre più, eccetera. Se non dedichiamo in questo modo, la nostra attitudine ordinaria avrà il sopravvento appena abbiamo finito questa sessione e farà una dedica inconsapevole per la nostra felicità mondana, per la nostra felicità in questa vita, per la nostra felicità egoistica. È inconsapevole questa dedica, ma la facciamo ogni secondo della nostra esistenza. Ed è una dedica che spegne le enormi potenzialità della pratica che abbiamo fatto, le potenzialità di ottenere la beatitudine imperscrutabile dello stato risvegliato e la capacità perfetta di aiutare tutti gli esseri. La spegne questa potenzialità, perché è come se noi mettessimo a fruttare il karma puro, positivo puro di questa pratica, lo mettessimo a fruttare nelle azioni, nel capitale che matura solo in questa vita per avere qualche sollievo provvisorio in questa vita. Molto, molto, molto deludente. Allora, noi invece confermiamo la dedica per ottenere lo stato illuminato. Possa la preziosa suprema mente dell'illuminazione non ancora sorta sorgere, quella già sorta non declinare, ma accrescersi sempre più. Samsara e Nirvana mancano anche di un solo atomo di esistenza intrinseca, ma causa ed effetto e sorgere dipendente sono infallibili. Cerco le vostre benedizioni per realizzare il significato di questo pensiero di Nagarjuna, secondo cui queste due affermazioni, Samsara e Nirvana mancano anche di un solo atto di esistenza intrinseca, questa è una, ma causa ed effetto e sorgere dipendente sono infallibili, questa è due. Queste due affermazioni sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittorie. In tutte le mie vite future, mai separato dai guru perfetti, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma e completando le qualità dei terreni e sentieri, possa io velocemente ottenere lo stato di Vajradhara. Ora recitiamo preghiere di lunga vita per due manifestazioni illuminate che esistono su questa terra in questo periodo, che sono vive ora insieme a noi, e dobbiamo ricordarci che ce ne sono moltissime di queste manifestazioni illuminate. Noi abbiamo più connessione con quelle che si manifestano in modo più diffuso. Una Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, l'altra Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Però mentre facciamo queste preghiere di lunga vita, ricordiamoci che stiamo pregando anche per tutte le altre manifestazioni illuminate, perché abbiano lunga vita e possano essere di enorme beneficio a tutti gli esseri con cui entrano in contatto. Tu che sei il gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, sorgente di ogni beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile supremo Tenzin Gyatso, questo è il Dalai Lama, possa tu avere lunga vita e tutti i tuoi santi desideri essere spontaneamente soddisfatti. Ora per Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che sostieni la moralità del soggiogatore, tu che servi come potente aiuto per tutti, tu che supporti, preservi e diffondi la vittoriosa dottrina di Mangiusri, tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre gioielli, salvatore di me stesso e degli altri tuoi discepoli, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Bene, abbiamo finito. Venerable Tenzin Tekshop, you can start. No, sei Barbieri Barbara. Yeah.
Good morning.
Yeah. Okay. Venerable, have a good practice.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, good morning, everyone who's joining me or us. And I'm Tenzin Tekshop from Nalanda Monastery in the south of France. And I'm happy that we can do this practice again together. So let's start again with a good body posture, sitting with a spine upright and your shoulders leveled. And check your body if there are any tensions, maybe in your shoulders or your neck. Maybe there are tensions in your abdomen or your leg. Try to release these tensions. And also for some moments, just observe your breath, how it is now, your in-breath, your out-breath. Try not to change anything with your breath, on your breath. Just let it naturally rising in and out. Your breath is like the waves at the shore, coming and going. Visualize on your right side, your father is sitting. May he be alive or already dead. And on your left side, your mother. All sentient beings to whom you are attached are sitting behind you. And those to whom you have difficulties with are sitting in front of you. Then there are all the other sentient beings in human form are also gathering around you. As far as you can see to the horizon and even further. Many of these sentient beings are affected by this coronavirus. They have already died or are going to die very soon. There are also so many people who have no chance to become vaccinated, although they want to. But there are also so many sentient beings who become angry because they think they are forced to do something what they don't want to. So there's a lot of anger, and even aggression. And there are sentient beings who have lost their jobs. And in the whole world, poverty is increasing. Among those sentient beings around us are also many who are helping and working in hospitals or in care homes for old people, who are doing their best in order to help. And also many who are praying for an end of this suffering, also from other religions, not only Buddhists. And we are sitting in the center of all these sentient beings, and we become aware of their suffering. May they all become totally free from every form of suffering and the causes of suffering. How wonderful it would be if all these sentient beings would be happy, would have true happiness, and the causes of true happiness. At the moment, we cannot do so many things. Our abilities to help are quite limited. Very often we cannot even help ourselves, control our afflictions and our own suffering. So in order to help us ourselves and all these sentient beings who are suffering, we can make the decision to become a fully enlightened being, totally free from every affliction, from all suffering. We have developed our full potential of our mind. And we know all the ways how to help. And then we can even emanate many bodies in order to help countless sentient beings, teach them the Dharma. So let's make the decision to become a Buddha ourselves. In order to do this, we must practice the teachings of the Buddha. And we need the help of sentient beings who are already on this way, on this path to enlightenment. So then let's take refuge with this type of mind. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Our sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now it's a time to recite the compassion mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. You may visualize the letters of this mantra standing upright in a circle on a moon seat at your heart. And while we are reciting, these letters are turning clockwise and emanating a very sparkling, magnificent, 5-colored light, which touches all the sentient beings around us and relieve them from their suffering and give them comfort. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Then the last time, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Then I continue with the swift fulfillment of wishes in dependence on the great Jetsun Tsongkhapa, which is a prayer Lama Zopa Rinpoche also recommends in order to pacify the virus. Namu Guru, supreme embodiment of the wisdom and compassion of all the victorious ones of the three times, manifesting as a monk wearing the three saffron robes, the spontaneous exalted wisdom Dharmakaya possessing the five bodies. To you, Jetsun Losandapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. With a nature of primordially pure clear light, uninterrupted natural expression of the complete Sambhogakaya, great being who unifies body and mind, to you, Jetsun Nosandapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Displaying an array of manifold Nimanakaya emanations appropriate to the limitless living beings equaling the expanse of space. To you, Jetsun Nosandapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Through the power of having made single-pointed requests to you, may all the unfortunate natural manifestations of the degenerate age, illness, famine, quarreling, epidemic disease, graha spirits, interferers, and so forth be pacified. Then, when I request that the excellent collections of conducive conditions increase, please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Having completely cleared away the darkness of ignorance and confusion and fully developed the illumination of supreme intelligence, virtuous friend who causes the 100-petaled lotus of the scriptural tradition to bloom, the sun radiating benefit and happiness, to you I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Since I and others, the assembly of faithful disciples, have no other Lord of refuge to turn to for hope, when we make requests in all the 6 sessions of day and night, please bless us that the Guru's blessings may enter our minds. Also at the end of this life, may I see you, glorious Losandapa, along with your retinue, and immediately have a vision of you saying reassuringly, son, daughter, go to the celestial realm of Tushita. Care for me with your compassion, precious Guru. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Namo Guru, supreme embodiment of the wisdom and compassion of all the victorious ones of the 3 times, manifesting as a monk wearing the 3 saffron robes, the spontaneous exalted wisdom Dharmakaya possessing the 5 bodies, to you, Jetsun Nosandapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. With a nature of primordially pure clear light, uninterrupted natural expression of the complete Sambhogakaya, great being who unifies body and mind, to you, Jetsun Nosandapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Displaying an array of manifold Nimanakaya emanations appropriate to the limitless living beings equaling the expanse of space, to you, Jetsun Nosandapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Through the power of having made single-pointed requests to you, may all the unfortunate natural manifestations of the degenerate age, illness, famine, quarreling, epidemic disease, graha spirits, interferers, and so forth be pacified. Then, when I request that the excellent collection of conducive conditions increase, please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Having completely cleared away the darkness of ignorance and confusion and fully developed the illumination of supreme intelligence, virtuous friend who caused the 100-petaled lotus of the scriptural tradition to bloom, the sun radiating benefit and happiness, to you I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Since I and others, the assembly of faithful disciples, have no other Lord of refuge to turn to for hope, when we make request in all the 6 sessions of day and night, please bless us that the Guru's blessings may enter our minds. Also at the end of this life, may I see you, glorious Losandapa, along with your retinue, and immediately have a vision of you saying reassuringly, son, daughter, go to the celestial realm of Tushita. Care for me with your compassion, precious Guru. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Then there are 2 mantras I would like to recite. Lama Zopa Rinpoche says that the first mantra, the Vajrayana mantra, is able to prevent the illness for oneself. So we do it about 7 times. Hum Vajrapet und Padmashavari Pet Nembajig Naganan Dayata Savavirita Hanahana Vachina Raksha Raksha Soha. Vajapetum Parmajavari Nebaji Naganantayata Savavirita Hana Hana Vajina Raksha Soha. I think here is Naganan missing, so but I recited it. Next mantra is the mantra of Black Manjushri. Om tas jus dutas dumis ningulache kalaja kam shamtam pet soha. Om tas jus dutas dumis ningulache kalaja kam shamtam pet soha. And by reciting the mantra of Grintara, Om Tara Tu Tara Tu Soha, we fulfill the advice of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, who said it would be also good to recite the mantra of Grintara. And you may visualize Grintara sitting in the space in front of you. And from the thumb at her heart is a green light emanating and releases all the sentient beings gathering around us from all their fears. Om Tara Tu Tara Tu Soha. Om Tara Tu Tara Tu Soha. And finally, the dedications. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta, not yet born, arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. Indeed, all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side. By myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So, I think Tenzin Peldron is there. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. From Bombay.
Mumbai, yes.
Okay. Mumbai, yeah.
How are you doing?
Very good. And you?
I'm doing well. Well, we don't know where this Omicron virus is going to take us here yet. So
Yeah.
India is keeping a very close watch and has restricted its international flights, I mean, except for the bubble flights. So we are, I mean, we were waiting for our third wave, and they are suspecting that the third wave will come with this Omicron virus. So we'll see how that goes.
I hope it's not so worse.
I hope so too. Tekchokla, I have a request for you. There's 3 mantras you put at the end. Could you update that the mantra you mentioned, the first one, the Vajra Ama mantra, and could you put it in the chat for me, because I was looking for those mantras too.
Okay, I try to. I never put it in a chat, but I try.
Oh, okay, or you could just email it to me if you want, if that is going to be simple.
Yeah, maybe that's easier for me, but I try.
Okay. And your mom's doing okay?
Yeah, she's good.
And everybody in Nalanda is okay?
Yeah, at the moment, almost everyone is on holiday.
Okay.
So only a few monks, but enough to have Sojong, which was nice.
Yes, I miss Sojong, that's true.
Yeah. We are quite lucky here with all these monks. That's good.
Yes, very fortunate. I rejoice. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. See you. So welcome everybody to the next session of the prayerathon. My name is Thangtong Gyalpo, and I'm coming to you from Mumbai in India. And as I just mentioned, India is keeping a close eye on the Omicron virus. And we are hoping that we will not experience a third wave as we are looking for this, but we'll wait and see. So it's a wonderful opportunity for us to join together to do these prayers as recommended by our most holy precious Guru, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So I'd like to start by sharing this Thangtong Gyalpo. Yeah, I hope you can see that. Thangtong Gyalpo was the one who actually composed this prayer when a pandemic hit during his time. And he is none other, by the way, than Shakyamuni Buddha. And when the pandemic hit at that time, they tried various sorts of things, but nothing worked. And so out of his great bodhicitta, Thangtong Gyalpo composed this prayer. And because of the power of the bodhicitta, the pandemic came to an end. So we are very, very fortunate to be able to follow Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche's advice and read this very powerful prayer together. So I'd like to start though by first just quieting our minds by focusing on our breath, and just keep the object of meditation as the rise and fall of your breath wherever you feel it. Your in-breath and out-breath you can count if you would like as 1 till you get to 10, and then you can start over again. And if your mind wanders, which it invariably will, then the point is simply to bring the mind back with alertness. So alertness is the spy that notices when the mind gets off the object. And then with mindfulness, we keep the mind on the object. So mindfulness is kind of like the rope that we tie our mind to. So let's do that for the next few minutes and just completely relax with each out breath and let go of anything that you may be holding. And now from this quiet space, let us visualize in front of us our Guru in the form of 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara, beautifully bedecked with silks and jewelry, 11 faces and 1,000 arms, each holding a petal. And visualize that Guru Chenrezig is standing on a lotus and a moon cushion and is surrounded by all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions. And if you can't visualize all that, just visualize a being, a very, very loving, kind, compassionate being standing in front of you, who is none other than the fully enlightened Buddha, who has completely overcome all his negativities and has no other intention than to benefit all sentient beings, including you. So just take a few minutes to feel that presence. And now visualize the bodhicitta field that is surrounding you. On your left-hand side is your mother and all female sentient beings from the 6 realms. And on your right-hand side is your father and all the male sentient beings from the 6 realms. And if you have any difficult or challenging people, you can place them in front of you and express your gratitude for the lessons that they are teaching. Because without the lessons, or without practicing the 6 parameters, especially patience and compassion, there is no way we can progress on the path. So we are really, really grateful to all the challenging people in our lives for helping us learn how to practice it. So take a few minutes to feel like all the zillions and millions of sentient beings from all the six realms around us, and that Guru Avalokiteshvara, surrounded by all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, is looking at each one with that great love and compassion. And Guru Avalokiteshvara sees everything there is about us. So let us open our heart and let us accept him as our refuge, because there is nothing we can hide from him. And his intention is only to benefit us. So now, from this place, we take refuge and remind ourselves of our motivation, that we are doing this prayer not just for our own benefit, but for the benefit of all sentient beings. And if there are particular people who are facing particular challenges or places in the world, you can take a few minutes to place them in front of you so that we can specifically direct this prayer to them. So anyone is still infected by the COVID, including the monks at Serajay, Lemon Namjong, Gachi who are recovering, any other beings that you know of in your life who may be experiencing difficulties, your parents, and then, of course, the challenging places in the world, whether it's Afghanistan, Tibet, Lebanon, Iran, Ukraine, all the places affected by the recent tornadoes and cyclones, Philippines, the United States entity. So we can place all these areas specifically in mind as we do this prayer. And also in gratitude, we place Venerable Damcho, who is our fearless leader, who gets us to do this, collectively organizes us every Saturday, and Chenrezig Institute, all the folks behind the scenes who make this possible. So we keep them all, and we remind ourselves that our motivation is to benefit each and every sentient being, to help each of them realize their full potential without leaving a single sentient being behind. And now, keeping that in mind, let's recite the refuge prayer together. I hope you can see it on the screen. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite life space, go for refuge to the precious Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, rhythms, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And once more, all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, rhythms, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now we go back to the visualization of Avalokiteshvara. And we will do a series of, I'm going to just turn off my video because my internet is unstable and I don't want to lose. And then I'm going back to sharing the screen. So, okay. So we keep this visualization in mind while we beseech Guru Avalokiteshvara to purify all the negativities that we have created from beginningless lifetimes. Because this pandemic came about as a result of causes. And so unless we eliminate the causes, we cannot eradicate this pandemic. So we visualize from the crown of Guru Avalokiteshvara, pours out this brilliant white light into each of our crowns, completely purifying all the negativities of our body. So any sexual misconduct, any stealing or killing that we engaged in, including of insects, whether it was deliberately or inadvertently, we confess all of that openly to Guru Avalokiteshvara. This morning I was trying to offer some flowers and it was a good teaching because I took a flower out of a branch and then to my horror realized that there were so many ants on it, and without realizing it, I put it in water. So, one has to be very, very mindful and careful when one is engaging with the world, and especially with the creepy crawlies, so that we are able to protect them and at least rescue them, including the mosquitoes. Because these have all been our mother sentient beings at one point or the other, and therefore we treat them with great love and respect, and we protect them from whatever harm possible. So we confess whatever we may have engaged in that hurt any other sentient beings or caused any injury or harm. And Guru Avalokiteshvara is very pleased by our confession and pours down this brilliant white light, which pours into our crown and completely purifies our body of any negativity of the body. And it comes out of our feet like dirty laundry water, filling our body with this blissful white light. So let's do a round of Om Mani Padme Hum as we visualize this happening. We can do it loudly together and then recite softly. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. And just take a few minutes to feel like their body has been completely visualized, completely purified. And now from Guru Avalokiteshvara's throat, visualize that this brilliant red light emanates into each of our throats, completely purifying all the negativities of our speech. Any harsh words or judgmental words, and this is something I know I have to be very mindful of. Harsh words, critical words, judgmental words, divisive speech, which creates separation between people who are already having difficulty, or between friends, and then lying or idle chatter, which simply waste time meaninglessly. We beseech and we confess this all to Guru Avalokiteshvara, and he pours this brilliant red light into our throats, again purifying all the negativities which come out through our feet like dirty laundry water, and transforms our speech into the blissful, mindful, compassionate speech of Guru Avalokiteshvara. So let's do a round of Om Mani Padme Hum as we visualize this happening. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to feel like your speech has been completely purified of all the negativities in all the past year. Okay, now we visualize from the heart of Guru Avalokiteshvara pours out this brilliant blue-green light into each one of our hearts, completely purifying all the negativities of our mind. So as we know, the mind is the creator of all things. There is no external creator, as we are aware of. And also, though we have a tendency to want to blame people and point our fingers to others, we realize the source of all our happiness and suffering comes from our own mind. So if we engage in virtue, happiness follows. If we engage in non-virtue, suffering follows. So we confess to Guru Avalokiteshvara openly all the negativities that we have created since countless eons through our mind. The basis, the root of all of the suffering is our grasping, the self-grasping ignorance, based on which we have this strong sense of I and mine, and then all the inappropriate conceptualizations based on which then the afflictions of attachment and aversion, anger, hatred, jealousy, doubt, pride, everything arises, and then we engage in so much negativities through our body and speech, and then simply perpetuate the cycle of samsara for ourselves and create suffering for others. So we completely, openly confess all these negativities based on the self-grasping ignorance and its cousin, if you will, the self-cherishing ego. When we focus primarily only on ourselves at the expense of others, then invariably we create negativity. So we request Guru Avalokiteshvara to purify all these negativities, which he very happily does, and then visualize that it all comes out like dirty laundry water through our feet. So again, let's do a round of Om Mani Padme Hum as we visualize this happening. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So take a few minutes to visualize that your mind has been completely purified of all these negativities, especially the self-grasping influence and the self-cherishment. And now we beseech Guru Avalokiteshvara to pour out zillions and millions of little Avalokiteshvaras into each one of our crowns. And Guru Avalokiteshvara happily does that and transforms our mind, body, and speech so that we end up becoming Avalokiteshvaras. So let's do a round of Om Mani Padme Hum as we visualize this happening. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to visualize that each one of us have been transformed into Avalokiteshvaras and our planet Earth has been completely purified and transformed into a celestial mansion where all beings are living together in peace and harmony with the pandemic all eradicated, all the problems, social, economic ills, everything eradicated, and people living in great peace and harmony. So this is possible because we all have the Buddha nature in us, and through training and transforming our mind, it is possible for us to achieve that. So let's visualize that this has actually happened. And now we realize this is just a visualization, and there is still so much suffering, including the pandemic that is going around. And so we make the determination that we will do whatever possible and whatever it takes to tame and transform our minds to attain full enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings, so that we can actually place each and every sentient being in the state of the Buddha. So to begin with, then let's go to our prayer and recite the prayer 3 times. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. The second time, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And for the last time, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, illnesses, and the bruiters, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now let's quickly do a round of Tara prayers. As His Holiness has recommended that this is going to be very beneficial for us to bring an end to the COVID. So let's recite, visualize beautiful blue-green Tara sitting in front of us on a lotus and a moon cushion with her right leg extended. And we visualize the white nectar pouring from her heart, completely purifying each one of us of all the negativities and our beautiful planet, of all the social, economic ills and the pandemic. Om Tari Pitari Puri Swam 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 Puri Swam Tari Pitari Puri Swam Tari Pitari Puri Swam Tari Pitari Puri Swam Tari Pitari Puri Swam Om Tari Pitari Puri Swam. So you can keep this visualization in your front of you, or you can bring it to your crown and dissolve it into your heart and carry both of them with you. And we'll quickly just end with the dedication. Chenrezig Rinpoche, Makke Panan Kekiti, Kepa Nampa Nepayang, Gonge Gondi, Pelwa Shu. Samsara and Nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising are undefined. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Navigator's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Bhakti-Dara. By the force of the victorious one, Samtapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend, in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious one. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as precious as my life. May I hold them as more precious than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. To seal the merits with emptiness due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings which are completely empty of existence from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existence from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existence from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existence from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existence from its own side, while myself alone, who am completely empty of existence from its own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Sanatana Bhatta as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the three times in order to have good conduct. And we finally end with the short, long life prayers of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Thangtong Gyalpo, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Chenrezig Gyalpo Prayer, Thangtong Gyalpo Kunzo do pose, Chosum corvele mundudro, Pada Sodurje Gundu Shapte Shu. So thank you everyone for joining me. And thank you again, Chenrezig Institute and Venerable Gamcho for hosting us every Saturday. And without further ado, I turn it over to Venerable Electron. Hi, Venerable, how are you? You're muted, you're muted, you're muted.
Where are you? Nice to see you. I'm sorry I missed the Sangha gathering because it was midnight here. And
I know. It's not always convenient. Yeah.
I know. The time zones are challenging.
Yeah. And we just really said hi and, touch base and updated where everybody was. So we really didn't do anything much more than that. Okay. So hopefully in the next meeting.
I'm counting on you to keep me posted. If there's
Definitely.
Anything that
So I was going to say something. Anyway, yeah, it's so good to see you, Venerable Ekranla. You take care and be safe, and talk to you later.
Yeah, likewise. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. So, good evening from Atisha Center. It's quite late here, so I was really keen to do a nighttime session today, in the hope that there'll be 1 or 2 people from Sri Lanka that will be able to connect. So I'm glad to see at least one person. Much has been happening in terms of things we can rejoice in bringing harmony between our 2 traditions. And last week on Saturday, there was a very important event because we were able to bring the Sri Lankan community in Bendigo was able to bring sapling from the Sri Mabodhi tree in Sri Lanka. And we have been trying for 2 years to do some fundraising to be able to build a temple and a protective enclosure for this sapling. And because of COVID, we have had a lot of challenges. So finally, last Saturday, there was an event, which was just wonderful to get together with people and share, this very auspicious opportunity. So I'm actually going to see if I can perhaps share. Can you see this? I don't know if you can see I wanted to share this. Can somebody send me a message if you can see this? So these are the pictures from the event. And
no.
This is because you can't see?
No. Just say that.
Oh. Okay, I'll share. How is that?
Yes.
Can you share? Can you see now? Okay, great. So
yes.
Just to give you some idea about where I am in Bendigo, in about 1 and 2 hours from Melbourne, and we have this amazing stupa, really in the middle of nowhere in a very remote little village. And miracles kind of thing is unfolding there because it's bringing a lot of people. When His Holiness came to one of the events that was the inauguration of this stupa, he said that this must be a place that promotes interfaith harmony and intrafaith harmony and a place of learning. So the inside of the stupa is open. There can be educational events and people can, gather for various things. And Sri Lankan community has a little piece of land in the premises of the foot of the stupa, where we are going to be building a Sri Lankan style temple, and then we will house the Sri Mabodhi sapling. So I just wanted to share some pictures from a little foundation laying ceremony from last Saturday. something rejoice, because we have had such difficult years, couple of years, and getting together with people was not possible. And last Saturday, we finally, having had many stop starts, we were able to get 300 people together. And I just wanted to share, because Great Stupa is a very special place, and it's one of the few places in the world, in the West, that has this level of potential to bring people, apart from Bodh Gaya and Anuradhapura in Sri Lanka, and Bodh Gaya in India. So it's quite something. So we had some VIPs, people from the government and council and whatnot. And the Buddha statues were gold made in Sri Lanka, and they were flown in. And we have some relics there that on display. So this was when we accepted the Sri Bodhi tree in Sri Lanka. So I was able to participate in the ceremony, and several monks from local monks were there, and the Australian High Commission also attended.
So I really rejoice, Venerable, really rejoice. How wonderful.
I know.
How amazing.
Thank
really.
You.
Yeah.
Thank you. It really is amazing, seeing that we had such centuries of discord and suspicion, that a Mahayana site to receive a Sri Bodhi sapling, and then Sri Lankan people to develop this level of closeness is really amazing. Something that I didn't expect to see in my lifetime. So
it's amazing, amazing.
Yeah,
really,
we can really rejoice. So this is the plan for the future. When it's completed, it will be like that. Yeah, with that, just to remember that no matter how hard things are, there are, we also have pockets, moments of things, success, if you like, positive things in the world, whether it's personally or collectively, that we can rejoice in these, which is wonderful, which is actually quite heartening, to actually bear in mind that it's not all one thing. So with that, I'd like to turn our attention to today's prayers, setting our motivation, virtuous motivation to do this practice. And just because there's at least one person from Sri Lanka, I'd like to just take refuge. We have translated the Sri Lankan refuge prayers, Mahayana prayers, and we can, if you can indulge me, we can go take refuge in Sinhalese. Nivan dakinatura mama buddha dhamma saha arya maha sangaratnaya saranayami. Mama me praguna karannavu dānādi anikut pāramitavanhi balayen සියලු ලෝවැසි ප්‍රාණීන්ගේ හිතසුව පිණිස උතුම් බුද්ධත්වයම අවබෝධ කරම්වා. නිවන් දකිනාතුරා මම බුද්ධ ධම්ම සහ ආර්ය මහා සංඝරත්නය සරණ යමි. මම මේ ප්‍රගුණ කරන්නා වූ දාන ආදී අනෙකුත් පාරමිතාවන්හි බලයෙන් සියලු ලෝවැසි ප්‍රාණීන්ගේ හිතසුව පිණිස උතුම් බුද්ධත්වයම අවබෝධ කරම්වා. නිවන් දකිනාතුරා මම බුද්ධ ධම්ම සහ ආර්ය මහා සංඝරත්නය සරණ යමි. මම මේ ප්‍රගුණ කරන්නා වූ දාන ආදී අනෙකුත් පාරමිතාවන්හි බලයෙන් සියලු ලෝවැසි ප්‍රාණීන්ගේ හිතසුව පිණිස උතුම් බුද්ධත්වයම අවබෝධ කරම්වා. So we'll go to Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer.
Beautiful, Venerable, beautiful.
The thing, we try harder, comes to mind, Palrin.
So good to hear what you're doing, Venerable. Take care and good luck here.
Thank you. So, all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So now we recite Om Mani Padme Hum, mantra of Avalokiteshvara. As we recite this mantra, we can imagine, visualize that all 6 realm beings are surrounding us, and they're all in human form, because human form is the easiest form to purify ourselves in. And we recite the mantra, and with that, we can visualize that from the heart of Chenrezig, white light emanates and falls on each and every being's head, and is satiating everyone with this bright nectar or light, purifying every sentient being of all the obscurations, negativities, delusions, whatever gives rise to future unhappiness or negative karma. So we'll do Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Ni Padme Hum. Om Mani 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 Padme Hum. So with that, we can imagine we'll dissolve Chenrezig. Before that, I'd like to do another prayer, just acknowledging all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas that are connected with Avalokiteshvara. So we supplicate all of them and ask for their blessings and for our purification and to generate positive karma. Wrathful, victorious, Hayagreva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge, whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of coddling and of flourishing of the degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom, and also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitudes of vicious evil spirits, who by entering someone's mental continuum change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma and and the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvests to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind sealed deity, and the rare sublime ones, may all my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. So, with that, we can imagine Avalokiteshvara dissolves into light, that steam like quality, and falls on our heads, each and every sentient being's heads, and enters through our bodies through the crown of our heads. So we have been completely purified, our bodies and our minds, by this practice. And we are clean, clear. And just think that we are now really endowed with the qualities of Avalokiteshvara, which is compassion and wisdom. So with that, we can do the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Raha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we'll do the dedication prayers, even though we are carrying on for another half an hour. We can still do His Holiness's long life prayer. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All powerful Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. And it's actually, we can, as all the Theravadan traditions invited His Holiness the Dalai Lama to give them a discourse on the Satipatthana Sutra, which is a Pali Canon Sutra, but it's a 4 placement of mindfulness, and that took place yesterday and today. So I also rejoice in this very rare and special invitation that His Holiness was invited to teach Theravadan tradition monks. So we rejoice in all the purification that we did. All our wishes are really we can see that things are changing, that people will have the freedom to practice whatever path that they have the disposition to practice. So that's a wonderful thing. We'll do Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who has foreseen these changes and advised us accordingly, particularly for Sri Lankan people to do certain practices, in this case, into the future, Medicine Buddha practice and Vajrakara Sutra, and to build the Medicine Buddha statue. So we dedicate all our practices for these aspirations of His Lama Zopa Rinpoche and His Holiness, that we ourselves are able to fulfill. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three jewels, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. So we'll do the other dedication. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sicknesses, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in the world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So since we are going to practice for another half an hour, I'd like to do a little meditation to set the motivation again. So if my friends from Sri Lanka can stay on, that would be wonderful. We'll take a moment to set our motivation that we are doing this practice to alleviate the difficult conditions that the people in the world are experiencing due to COVID. And Lama Zopa suggested that Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo's this prayer we've been doing would be very beneficial. So just thinking about all the beings that have passed away from this disease and all other diseases and all other challenges that has come about because of COVID, economic hardships, the losses, stress, and disharmony, trauma on a massive, massive scale. This is happening in the world. So we can make a determination that we are going to be the best. We are going to take care of our own selves in terms of, in order to be able to, of any use to others, that we have to be in a stable mental condition and have a happy disposition so that we don't get drowned by the challenges that we witness. So taking a moment to connect with ourselves with a level of compassion and self-love. We set a motivation that we do our best to become enlightened as soon as possible to benefit ourselves and others. And for that, we are engaging in this practice today. So I'd like to just do the 4 immeasurables, 4 Brahma Viharas that is common to both our traditions, Theravada and Mahayana tradition. So as we recite each verse, we can contemplate what that means. And that sincerely have that in our heart for what we are wishing to be actualized in the world. May all sentient beings have happiness and causes of happiness. So just recalling all the beings that are connected with us, all our loved ones, and just expanding this vision to our towns and cities, including recalling our friends and acquaintances. And wishing for their happiness. And then expanding that to all sentients, all the seen and unseen beings. To have this happiness. And for them to be able to create the causes for happiness. May all sentient beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. So we are really wishing all beings to, at least the human beings, to understand causes of happiness and causes of suffering. And only to create the causes for happiness. May all sentient beings be inseparable from the happiness that is free from suffering. We're wishing them lasting happiness, to be free from suffering forever, which is contained in the 4 Noble Truths, the path, the Lamrim teachings laid out by the Buddha. May all sentient beings abide in equanimity, free from attachment for friends and hatred for enemies. As hard as it is, that we aspire to not to differentiate and segregate beings into friends, enemies, and strangers. And develop hatred for enemies and closeness with our friends, which causes terrible damage. So truly making a determination to develop equanimity within our hearts. We'll turn to the prayers with that motivation. We'll do the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayers. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So just supplicating Thangtong Gyalpo Mahasiddha, who in the past, in the 14th century, cured Tibetan people from an epidemic. And he had surpassed death, so he's become fully enlightened. And he was using all the skills he had. He was an engineer, he was an opera producer of opera, first opera in Tibet. And it's quite amazing the vast array of talents that he had. And every one of them he used for the benefit of sentient beings. So we supplicate this Mahasiddha and ask for his help to transform these difficult conditions that we find ourselves in. That we do the Om Mani Padme Hum mantra, and yet again we can visualize Thousand Naam Chenrezig. If you're familiar with the Thousand Naam Chenrezig, otherwise you can, another name for Chenrezig is Avalokiteshvara. So any image of Avalokiteshvara, Natha Deviyo in Sri Lanka, if you can imagine Natha Deviyo above your head, and as we recite the mantra, just imagine white light coming from his heart, falling on ourselves, and just we get purified completely. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Since we have Tara in the other prayer, we can do the Tara mantra as well, one mala. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha, 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 Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha, Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha, Om Tare Tu Tare, Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha, Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re, Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha, Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha, Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re, Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha, Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha, Om Tare Tu Tare, Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha, Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha, Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha, Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re, Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha, Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha, Om Tare Tu Tare, Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha, Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha, Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha, Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha, Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha, Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha, Tu Tare Soha, Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha, Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha, Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re, Om tare tu re soha. 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 And I recite this prayer. Truthful, victorious, high Grava, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature. Please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of coddling and of flourishing of the degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil, karma, and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom, and also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. So, with that, same as before, we can dissolve Chenrezig above our head, just imagining Avalokiteshvara or Chenrezig um, turning into steam-like quality, dissipating and falling on our heads. It's like a rainfall, gushing rainfall, and just entering our bodies. Because Avalokiteshvara is very pleased that we have done this practice with a pure motivation, and that we now have the qualities of compassion, love, courage, and wisdom within ourselves. So we'll do the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we'll do some dedication prayers. I'd like to recite Master Shantadeva's the dedication verses from Bodhisattva Charyavatara. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled, with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. So we'll recite His Holiness the Dalai Lama's long life prayer. Gangri Dave Kove Shinkam De Penda Deva Malu Juve Ne Chenrezig Gyalpo Prayer Shabbe Site Badu Tangyu Shi. Actually, we have 10 minutes. So because few Sri Lankans have joined me, I'd like to do a mala of Medicine Buddha mantra before we finish. Even though we did a long life prayer, I'd like to do the Medicine Buddha mantra as well. Kayata Om Veganse Maha Veganse Rasa Samudate Soha. Kayata Om Veganse Maha Veganse Rasa Samugate Soha Kayata Om Beganse Maha Beganse Sasamugate Soha Kayata Om Beganse Maha Beganse Sasamugate Soha Kayata Om Beganse Maha Rasa Samugate Soha Kayata Om Beganse Maha Beganse Sasamugate Soha Kayata Om Beganse Rasa Samugate So Kayata Om Beganse Maha Beganse Sasamugate Soha Kayata Om Beganse Rasa Samugate Soha Ta Om Beganse Maha Beganse Rasa Samugate Soha Ta Om Beganse Maha Beganse Rasa Samugate Soha Kayata Om Beganse Beganse Rasa Samugate Soha Kayata Om Beganse Maha Beganse Rasa Samugate Kayata Om Beganse Maha Beganse Rasa Samugate Soha Kayata Om Beganse Maha Beganse Rasa Samugate Soha Kayata Om Beganse Ratna Samugate Soha Kayata Om Beganse Maha Beganse Ratna Samugate Soha Kayata Om Beganse Maha Beganse Rasa Samugate Kayata Om Beganse Maha Beganse Rasa Samugate Soha Kayata Om Beganse Maha Beganse Rasa Samugate Soha Kayata Om Beganse Maha Beganse Soha Kayata Om Beganse Maha Beganse Rasa Samugate Soha Kayata Om Beganse Maha Beganse Rasa Samugate Kayata Om Beganse Maha Beganse Rasa Samugate Soha 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 Down Beganse Maha Beganse Rasa Samugate Soha Kayata Om 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 Beganse Maha Beganse Rasa Soha Kayata Om Beganse Maha Beganse Rasa Samugate 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 Soha. So we thank Lama Zopa Rinpoche for his kind advice and all of the projects that Sri Lankan people that are connected with Tara Lanka have aspirations to complete, like the Medicine Buddha, 15-meter Medicine Buddha statue, as advised by Rinpoche, and the completion of the Bodhidharma Vihara in Bendigo by the Sri Lankan people to house the Srima Bodhi sapling, and also Malinka Pereira's wishes to have the City Gaba statue and Medicine Buddha statue in her land in Anuradhapura. Sugata Dasa's wishes to build a stupa and to have the opportunity to study Dharma, properly Lamrim qualified teachers, and Kumari who want to build a stupa. So, and we have publications of Vajrakara Sutra and a version of Lamrim. So all these projects to be without hindrance and to be completely successful, to have the blessings of our Guru, Lama Zopa Rinpoche. And may he live long and lead us from life to life until we become fully enlightened with his guidance. Tojo Shanshi Jamgon Galway, Dancing Chong Galway, Kun Su Do Pose, Sho Sun Kuwe Lake Mon Tu Ju, Ba Ja So Du Je, Gon Du Shap Ten Sho. The long life prayer of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. And we'll do the multiplying mantras if I can find them. Let's lay the dedication prayers. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may we quickly become Guru Buddhas and lead all transmigrant beings without exception to that state. So, due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sicknesses, famine, torture, poverty, economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, fire, water, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dhamma have last for a long time. And may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dhamma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So thank you very much for everyone, my Sri Lankan friends, for joining me. And I really rejoice in being able to get together to do the prayers after a long time, because we haven't had that opportunity. And I hope that the blessings of these, all your mundane and ultimate wishes become fulfilled immediately, and we get to practice together in person in the very near future. Thank you.
Thank
I'm
you,
not
Venerable.
sure
Sarah will be here. Sarah
Okay.
will be here in a moment. We'll just wait.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
So, okay, thank you. We can rejoice for a moment until Venerable Sarah comes. And she will also rejoice because she knows the benefits of Golden Light Sutra. And we can tell her all about our success. Is it okay for me to leave?
Yes, thank you, Venerable.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry, I didn't have the sound on. Hello?
Is it
Hello.
okay for me to leave?
Yes, okay, I'm here.
Okay.
Yes. Hello, Chenrezig.
Hi.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I think just getting set up here. Okay. Okay. So you can see that I'm here, and just focus on the prayer wheel right now. And might have been 1 or 2 minutes late, so I'm sorry about that. I actually went to the stupa, so I'm here in Boda, and my name is Sarah. I'm here at in Boda, in Nepal. Actually went to the stupa, and I thought I might do these next 2 hours from the stupa, but it was really busy. So I gave up that idea and came back, got set up. So here we are in Nepal. It's very cold, and we've just finished about 3 months of teachings from Rinpoche. First of all, in the nunnery, many very wonderful teachings that were given primarily to a relative of Rinpoche's who has a group in Boda. And so they are like a lot of Sherpa ladies, maybe some Tibetans, they mainly like Sherpa ladies and Nepali ladies, and he teaches them Lamrim. He says that over the past however many years, he's had 1,600 students, but only about 400 stayed, because what is very popular here is not so much the teachings per se, and of course he teaches things like foundational qualities, Lamrim, demonstrations, things like this. But chud, so people like to gather together in huge groups and do chud together. You might have seen pictures of them. The whole Gompo will be full of hundreds of people all chanting chud. So I don't know if they actually study chud or not. I'm not sure on the basis of what they're doing that. I'm sure they learn the tunes, and I'm sure they memorize some of the words. So anyway, his endeavors very good. He's been doing that for many years. He actually had the option of going to America instead, which of course most people would jump at here, but he turned it down in order to teach these old ladies. When I say old ladies, maybe like 50s, 60s, these are amalas who've had children have grown up. And now they're being supported and mainly supported, so they spend their lives doing kora, making offerings and going to initiations and blessings and things like that. So many of them can't read, which might sound surprising to us. We probably think that all these people who circumambulate stupa can read Tibetan and chant prayers and things like that, and that they've studied, but it's really not like that. In the West, we get so much more opportunity to study the Dharma and to really understand what the Dharma is. So we have the Lamrim teachings. We have the philosophical teachings available to us. We ourselves have had good educations. Generally, we've had very good educations. Most people come to Dharma being well educated and have critical minds and good analytical thinking. And in addition to that, of course, we've had the heart advice, the core teachings, the Lama's pith instructions. So we have some idea what is Dharma, what's not Dharma. So we know that it's our motivation which really controls the outcome of an action. or how much virtue is accumulated by the action. Anyway, many of these amalas from early morning to late night, they're reciting mantras and they're going around stupas and they're doing many very virtuous actions. And their actions become virtue by virtue of the blessings of the holy objects. So as we know, whether something comes down or not depends on motivation. And there are different types of motivation for engaging in Dharma practice, or even just for doing ordinary worldly things can become supreme Dharma if we have the right motivation doing it. But then there are actions which become virtuous and plant the seed for enlightenment, even if we don't have a good motivation, by depending on the blessings of the holy beings and holy objects, such as circumambulating these very, very precious stupas, such as seeing holy objects, and doing pilgrimage and many things like this. Yeah. So anyway, so he's been teaching for many years. He requested Rinpoche to give some transmissions. Would have lasted about 1 or 2 days. And Rinpoche continued teaching for 2.5 months. So a lot of them actually just drifted off. They didn't have the merit. Of course, when there's initiation, the place is packed. But when it comes to actual instruction and heart advice and long-run instruction, was more difficult for them to find the time or the merit to be able to attend. And however, the teachings are given at the nunnery, so there were people who came every day. There was a good number who did come every day, and then of course half the gumpa was the nuns, and so the nuns were able to receive the instructions as well as many of us Westerners were able to receive it, and then everything was put on video, and subsequently. It was released on video, all these teachings with Nepali translation, and she taught in Tibetan. And following that, when she gave High Suga Tantra Yamataka initiation to some students who requested up at Kopan, and that again lasted several days. She did everything very clearly, very methodically, very precisely. And so I've been very fortunate. Very, very fortunate. And now there's a break, which is having a rest, I hope. But of course, Rinpoche resting is not like us resting. In fact, when Rinpoche is continuously working for numberless sentient beings, that for him is resting. That for him is having holiday. The more he's able to benefit and do. But for ordinary beings like myself, I had a couple of days break. Okay, so that's just a little bit about the situation here in Nepal, in case anybody wants to know what's going on. And I'm here in Bodha. And as I said, I went to the stupa. Today is Tibetan 15th, so it's the day when they offer whitewash and saffron to the stupa, and they put up new prayer flags. And many, many people go to battle lamps and do prostration, do kora. They do prostrations. They make extensive offerings. So it's very, very, very busy. Sometimes you struggle even to be able to walk around the stupa on a day like this. And today, I think for the first time, they also initiated putting up biodegradable prayer flags. If anyone's listening. Biodegradable prayer flags, which is fulfilling my wish that I've had for a long time, because I see so much so many problems with people who just bring prayer flags to a holy place, string them up, and then don't care about them after that, because they wear out and they fall down and they're all over the ground and you're treading all over them, and becomes a really big problem. Yeah, so biodegradable prayer flags. So that's something very nice, isn't it? Okay, so I went to the stupa, but I decided to do the session from here instead, because it's quieter and it's easier to focus. Okay. So thank you very much. Anyone is listening? And so there's going to be 3 parts to this. First part will be the motivation. When the introduction is finished, it's a bit of chatting. And then there will be the setting the motivation. So I'll do that. That will take about 10 minutes. Going through the Lam Rim and the Bodhisattva attitude, and taking refuge. And then they'll be actually reciting the mantra. That will also go on for some time, at least half an hour. And at the end, there'll be the conclusion of the 4 sessions. And that's it. So that's what this session will be. However, I do like to say at the very beginning that even if it appears that I'm just chatting and, broadcasting CNN News, BBC News from Boda, but the whole time I'm turning the prayer wheel. And so this prayer wheel has more than 2 trillion Om Mani Padme Hum. So I think the essence, the heart of this practice is the recitation of the mantra, the Om Mani Padme Hum. The opening of the practice is the motivation and refuge, bodhicitta, and the conclusion of the practice is the prayer, which becomes more powerful due to the motivation and due to the recitation of the mantra. And then you have the final dedications. So that is my view of this practice. And so even if I'm chatting, I'm turning the prayer wheel. So there's trillions and trillions and trillions of Om Mani Padme Hum, more than we could possibly recite in many lifetimes, even if from the moment of being born we were to recite Om Mani Padme Hum continuously. Could not recite that many Om Mani Padme Hum. Yeah. So may all of these Om Mani Padme Hum make this practice more powerful, and then due to the power of the place, being at Boda, we have the wish granting morning commission stupa, become more powerful. And then since this is the holy wish and the holy advice and the instruction of the Guru, is the embodiment of all 3 tender action Buddhas, become more powerful. Yeah, and then this is a special day. And the prayers obviously are very special. And then the field includes all sentient beings, particularly those who have COVID, but in general, all of them. Okay, so I'm going to start. Let's visualize the Guru on the crown of the head. I'll turn off myself for a moment. Okay, the prayer wheel is still there. So let's visualize the Guru on the crown of the head. And then I'm going to start by reciting the extensive calling the Guru from afar to set the motivation. Please visualize on the crown of your head, in front of you if that's easier, your root Guru. It could be His Holiness, Rinpoche, it could be whoever you regard as being the most important teacher in your life, the one who moved your mind to Dharma and who moves your mind to Dharma. So in my case, that will be Kyabje Lama Zopa. So, but you will if I say Rinpoche, you will adapt that for your own purpose. So you visualize the Guru on the crown of your head and space in front. And you should have a very strong feeling that the Guru is really there. They're really present with you all the time. And we ourselves get distracted by the appearances of this life, by worldly distractions. But the Guru's holy mind is always focused on us continually, always there. The minute we think of the Guru is there. It's the quality of all the Buddhas. And you should think that this ordinary form in which we see the Guru, you should think that that is a skillful means of all the Buddhas, the Dhammakaya holy mind of all the Buddhas, which has been guiding us for many, many lifetimes, appears in this skillful means in order to communicate with us, in order to give us advice, in order to give us vows, initiations, and inspire us, giving gifts, by encouraging us, by scolding us when we need it, whatever we need. This ordinary form is able to perform those actions. And then all the other Gurus you have, you think they're also they're sort of like skillful manifestations of the group guru, because we need all different aspects to guide. But you think that in reality that what the group guru in that group guru is the embodiment of all three time 10 direction Buddhas, appearing in an ordinary form to guide us. And then when we recite these words, you think like we're directing them to the guru, to our guru, to your guru, specifically saying, I know who you are, I know what you really are, and I know my situation, and I know how precious it is, this opportunity, and please I ask you to bless me and become oneness with my life. So we're making this in the form of the tormented whale, quickly drawing forth the blessing of the Guru, the inseparable three kayas. Lama, think of me. Lama, think of me. Lama, think of me. So then the Guru is totally focused on you and listening to every word. The wisdom of all Buddhas. One taste with a great bliss, Dhammakaya, is itself the ultimate nature of all kind Gurus. And beseech you, Guru Dhammakaya, please guide me always without separation, in this life, future lives, and the Vada. Wisdom's own illusory appearance, conqueror of seven branches, is itself the ultimate basis of emanation of all kind Gurus. And beseech you, Guru Sambhogakaya, please guide me always without separation, in this life, future lives, and the Vada. Play of various emanations, suiting the disposition to the many to be subdued, is itself the behavior of the Sambhogakaya of the kind Gurus. I beseech you, Guru Namanakaya, please guide me always without separation, in this life, future lives, and the Vada. Play of the inseparable three kayas, appearing in the form of the Guru, is itself one with the very essence of all kind Gurus. I beseech you, Guru, the inseparable three kayas, please guide me always without separation, in this life, future lives, and the Vada. All the infinite, peaceful, and multiple yidams also of the Guru's nature. And since no yidam exists apart from the kind Guru, I beseech you, Guru, comprises all yidams, please guide me always without separation in this life, future lives, and the Vada. The ordinary form of all Buddhas arises in the aspect of the Guru. Therefore, no Buddhas are observed apart from the kind Guru. I beseech you, Guru, who comprises all Buddhas, please guide me always without separation, in this life, future lives, and the Vada. The very form of all conquerors' wisdom, compassion, and power arises as the Guru. Therefore, the supreme Arya saviors of the three types are also the kind Guru. I beseech you, Guru, combine three types in one. Please guide me always without separation, in this life, future lives, and the Vada. The 105 three types, however many are elaborated, are the Guru. The Veda master in whom they're all included is also the Guru. I beseech you, Guru, as master of all the types of Buddhas, please guide me always without separation, in this life, future lives, and the Vada. The creator of all Buddhas, Dhamma and Sangha is the Guru. The one who combines all three refuges is the kind Guru. I beseech you, Guru, whose presence combines all refuges, please guide me always without separation, in this life, future lives, and the Vada. Thinking of how the actual form of all Buddhas arises in the aspect of the Guru, and mercifully guides me, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of how you show the excellent unmistaken path to me, an unfortunate wretched being, abandoned by all the Buddhas, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of this excellent body, highly meaningful, and difficult to obtain, and wishing to take its essence with unerring choice, between gain and loss, happiness and suffering, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of the experience and not knowing what to do, when the great fear of death suddenly descends upon me, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of the experience of just now suddenly separating from all perfections of this life and going on alone, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of the experience of my naked body falling into the terrifying fires of hell and being unable to bear it, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of how the suffering of hunger and thirst without a drop of water is directly experienced in the unfortunate Pacharam, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of how very repulsive and wretched it is to become a foolish, stupid animal, and what it would be like to experience it myself, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of a refuge to protect me from this, since I'm now about to fall into the wretched states of bad migration, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of how white and black actions are experienced, and of how to practice thorough and precise engagement and restraint, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of the plight of my pitiful old mother's pervasive space, fallen amidst the fearful ocean of samsara and tormented death, reminds me of you, Guru. Therefore, Guru, please bless me to generate in my mental continuum effortless experience of the profound three principles of the path and two stages. Please bless me to strive in one pointed practice of three trainings of the intense thought of renunciation in order to reach the secure state of liberation. Please bless me to train in the precious supreme bodhicitta with a special attitude, taking responsibility to liberate all migrators for myself alone. Please bless me to follow after the ocean of conquerors with a will to cross to the very end of the great waves of deeds of the conqueror's sons. Please bless me to realize the supreme view free of extremes, in which emptiness and dependent arising, appearance and emptiness complement each other. Please bless me quickly to generate the experience of taking the three kayas into the path, ripening the vases of birth, death, and bardo. Please bless me to rise as the illusory divine body itself, play of the four joys and four emptinesses, of the wind and mind absorbed in the central channel. Please bless me to meet the ultimate Guru, the bare face of my innate mind, with covering perception of true existence, and perceiving it as true and remote. Please bless me to be one with your three secrets, Guru, in the vast Dhammakaya of great bliss, which has exhausted the aberrations of two obscurations. In short, please abide inseparably in my heart until the great enlightenment, and mercifully bless me, the child, to follow to you, the Father. Guru, think of me. Guru, think of me. Guru, think of me. And think that Guru, I'm very happy with this request. Comes very small, and then comes down, kind of your head to your heart, comes oneness at your heart. Your mind and the Guru's mind come oneness. May not give rise to heresy for even a second in regard to the actions of glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as pure for this devotion. May I receive Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious Guru, please abide on the lotus seat of my heart. Guide me with your great kindness. And grant me the realizations of your holy body, holy speech, and holy mind. Yeah. So, thinking that your mind, Guru's holy mind, will become oneness. Then we recite verses on how to live our lives as sentient beings. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings. The more precious and wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold the most dear in time. So then have a strong awareness that each and every sentient being is so precious. So as from suffering obscure sentient beings, by observing them, that's what gives rise to compassion. Great compassion. Great compassion comes by Gita, by Gita comes Buddha. And Buddha comes Dhamma Sangha, Buddha Dhamma Sangha, which is refuge. So this comes from all sentient beings. So in Buddha Dhamma Sangha is embodied by the Guru, comes from each and every single sentient being. Therefore, each and every single sentient being is so precious. And for us to become enlightened, we need each and every single sentient being. Again, every sentient being is so precious. And cherishing them, whether they help, whether they harm, whether they have no connection with them, they might help or harm us. Each one is so precious, so kind. And this practice is for all of them. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes, transmigratory beings. For the sake of accomplishing the two purposes of all sentient beings, without any sense of loss of concern, I give away my body and likewise my enjoyments, such as food and clothing, and even all my virtues accumulated over the 3 times. By abandoning attachment and giving everything away, I will pass beyond sorrow, and my mind will achieve the non-abiding, sorrowless state of omniscience. Since I will have to give up everything all at once when I die, it's best for me to give it away to sentient beings, because Buddhahood is attained in that way. As I've already given this body an impure aggregate to all beings to use for their pleasure, even if they always kill me, criticize me, beat me, and so forth, I will let them do whatever they like. From now on, whether they play games with my body or make it an object of laughter, by ridiculing and making fun of it to hurt me. Since I've already given this body of mine to sentient beings, why would I resist by protecting it and so forth? I will also use this body to do any virtuous action that doesn't harm and only benefits others. Whenever any sentient being encounters me, may it never be meaningless for them and always be meaningful. Whenever someone has an angry or devotional thought arise just by looking at me, may their attitude alone become a cause that always diminishes all the temporary and ultimate purposes of my being. Whenever others criticize me with their speech, harm me with their bodies, and likewise insult me behind my back, may all of them have the fortune to achieve great enlightenment. May I be a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for all the beings that enter the road, a boat, ship, and bridge for those who want to cross the water. May I be an island for those who seek the safe shore of an island, a light for those who want to light, bedding for those who wish for bedding, and for all beings who desire a servant. May I become a servant to us all. May I be wish granting jewel and wish fulfilling vase, giving rise to whatever is desired, such as food and clothing. Powerful mantra, accomplishing the actions of pacification, increase, and so forth. Great medicine curing every sickness. A wish fulfilling tree satisfying every need. And a wish granting cow for all beings. Like the four great elements, the earth and so forth, and like the sky. May I always be a means of living in every way with innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, may I be a means of living at all times and in all ways in the realms of sentient beings, equaling the extent of space, till they all attain the sorrowless state. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, till then may I too remain, to dispel the suffering of transmigratory beings. Okay, so having done these prayers and about the strong sense of our mind being separate from the course of mind, and a strong sense of the preciousness of sentient beings and the wish to serve them, be wish fulfilling for them. Now we visualize that we're leading all sentient beings surrounding us. So they are surrounding us all the time. And I think of them all in a human form, the 6 realms, all experiencing the various sufferings of 6 realms, all in human form. Be aware that since the beginning of this time, we ourselves have been experiencing all the sufferings of these different realms over and over again, constantly cycling samsara, taking birth, experiencing the various sufferings in that realm, passing away, again being born, again suffering. This whole continuation has no beginning and it has no end. Suffering has no end until it ends the cause of suffering. And it's the same for all beings around us. They will suffer continuously as they have suffered since the beginning of this time until they put an end to the cause of suffering. In order to put an end to the cause of suffering, we need to find the perfect guide, and we need to follow the perfect instructions. And to apply those instructions, like taking a medicine to become cured. And we need those who help and guide us on the path. So this is Buddhism Sangha. So in this case, you can think of Chenrezig in the space in front, inseparable from God. Embodying the compassion of all the Buddhas, Dhamaka, holy mind of the Buddhas. Form Chenrezig, so very radiant, smiling, white. Beams of light going out in all directions of each being is a Chenrezig blessing, ripening sentient beings. Freezing the first 2 hands at the heart, holding the wish-granting jewel, symbolize all sentient beings. The first right hand, holding the crystal rosary, reminding us to recite the mantra. The second right hand is holding the lotus stem, and sitting across their posture, having all the various ornaments and precious garments. 3 spots in the body, marked with the Om. And think that our Guru Chenrezig is the embodiment of all the Buddhas in actuality, except for my Guru. And that all sentient beings around us are focusing on Guru Chenrezig, always a mind of great devotion. All these sentient beings have been our mothers numerous times, and we lead them to taking refuge. All sentient beings are mothers for infinite space, good refuge, precious good Buddha. Good refuge in Buddhism and Sangha. Go for refuge is some Guru is Yidam Sandakinis. Go for refuge the empty clarity of our minds, Dhammakaya. All sentient beings and mothers of infinite light space. Go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma Sangha. Go for refuge the Samyuk Gurus, Yidams and the Kings. Go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge in Buddha, Dhamma Sangha. Go for refuge to the Samyuk Gurus, Yidams and the Kings. Go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. Okay, so having taken refuge, we think Chenrezig is very pleased. And that from the holy body of Chenrezig, as one is from the syllables and the prayer well. So as you know that all Manipuri syllables themselves are the manifestation of Chenrezig in the form of the 6 syllables. So we think that each one is uncover its own sound, making that sound goes out in directions. And from each of the syllable trillions of all Manipuri, from each syllable, light rays come. So first of all, the white light rays, and purify all the sickness, spirit harms, causes sickness, sufferings, all the negative emotions, and attachment, pride, jealousy, ignorance, hatred, all views, along with all the root delusions, along with all the secondary delusions, the 4,000 delusions, as we normally say like that. Completely purified, along with all the karmas, all the negative effects created due to having these delusions and that. So we're not along with the sun all of these. Everything is completely purified. So that's for yourself, and then send sentient beings around. So particularly think of those who suffer from COVID, or effects of COVID, but in general, sentient beings. Sufferings causes sufferings in how I was purified. Sufferings cause sufferings, hungry goes from sufferings causes sufferings all the animal realms can be purified. Sufferings causes sufferings all the human realms can be purified. Sufferings causes sufferings. Deva, God realms can be purified. And then the sufferings cause sufferings of other beings can be purified. And then you could think that golden light comes in the syllables, encouraging myself, all the holy body, all the beams of light come. They bring all the qualities of Chenrezig, holy bodies which are mine. Absorb into us, filling us completely. Absorb into all sentient beings. All sentient beings, including ourselves, of course, transform into Chenrezig and recite the mantra. Okay, so next is going to actually recite the mantra and turn the prayer wheel. I was just going to do this for at least half an hour, I think. An hour, probably for an hour. Yeah. So there's nothing more is going to happen than this. So with this meditation, and I generated this visualization. You can see that I'm still here. In case you wonder, what did she go off and just turn on the machine? Besides, it's not on here. Here. I'm going to be reciting mantras. There. And 2 prayer wheels actually, small hand prayer wheel, and then I have the big prayer wheel. Yeah. So, oh my goodness. Mm. 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 Mane meme. 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 Yeah, so please visualize that light rays coming from your Chenrezig, every part of the holy body, to the each being as a Chenrezig. And then the light rays coming from all the trillions of Om. Each syllable making some sound. And 6 syllables being manifestation for Chenrezig's holy speech. I think you receive the blessings of Guru Chenrezig's holy body, spiritual mind. Purify all obstacles, purify all sickness, especially COVID. And purify all the cause of sickness, all sufferings, cause of sufferings, spirit harms, all delusions, negative karmic imprints, right down to the subtlest imprint. Everything is completely purified. And the same thing is happening to all living beings around us. Particularly think of those who are sick, those who die. And they're humans or animals. Those who know, and those who don't know. Anyone who's requested prayers, all sentient beings are sick. And then think that by yourself and also being to receive all the blessings, qualities, the Chenrezig. Recite the mantra. Okay, so I did say at the beginning that so like 40 minutes introduction and motivation, and more than an hour reciting the mantra. So I did explain about that and how even giving an introduction, still the parallel is turning. And I did explain that the motivation, calming the mind and reciting the mantra with good motivation makes the prayer more powerful. So now we're going to actually dedicate all of this. It's been an hour and 3/4 now. can dedicate all of this. So first of all, by reciting the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, and particularly bearing in mind those who are sick right now, those who are afraid, and those who are suffering from the effects of COVID, those who have died, and all the health workers who's working in hospitals who are so tired now, doctors and nurses, so many have died, so many are tired and exhausted, and their families are suffered. Yeah, and they have all the supplies that they need, all the strength that they need, all the clarity of mind that they need, compassion that they need, and resources that they need to do their jobs, stay healthy, stay motivated. Also should remember the health workers who are dealing with people's minds. So there's so much depression, suicidal thoughts, particularly amongst young people. There's those who have to earn money but lose their jobs. Housewives. Yesterday I read that there's a huge number of housewives who commit suicide every day, every hour in India, because they feel their lives lost and trapped. So there's so many people who commit suicide every day. As you can't imagine, having a precious human life and finishing it. So the suffering, the mental suffering, to those who are suffering mentally, as well as those who are suffering physically, and those who are helping those who are suffering mentally, as well as those who are helping those who are suffering physically, and will help everything they need to do that. And may we also be able to help beings both physically and mentally and emotionally. And then of course those suffering from lack of resources, we will also be able to help, be generous, be kind, be supportive. And may we become whatever is needed by sentient beings. And may we be able ultimately to guide them to a state of happiness and peace and enlightenment. And then also as you recite the prayers, since this is fulfilling Guru's wishes, so may this be a cause for all our Gurus to have long lives. And be a cause for all our wishes to be fulfilled immediately. And since we're doing this as part of the Sangha, and may this be a cause for the Sangha to flourish, all the Sangha to have very strong, clear motivation, very clear lives, pure lives, with pure morality, studying, serving, whatever way that they are making their lives as meaningful and Sangha be harmonious and everything need resources. Yeah, so particularly making those dedications and those who are supporting those benefactors. So the Sangha needs benefactors and the projects need benefactors. And so many very, very special people in this organization, in this world, who support them. And may they all have their lives. And may they be able to effortlessly gain resources so they can continue to benefit. May they're all right in their enlightenment as quickly as possible. And their families living. So may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from calm and temperate conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and bodies, not occur in the realms of the world. And whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases, like the butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of these names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of the animal. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of spirits 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. Now, whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. So these four elements also get disturbed in the outer world. So we had the tornado last week, and we have various different what are called natural disasters, but of course they're karmic beings, they arise due to karmic beings. So internally we have the disturbance of four elements, we also have externally the disturbance of four elements. So whatever sufferings are due to disturbance of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power to endow long life, good health and well-being, by the convention of gurus and spirituals, by the power of the beginnings, protectors and guardians, by the power of truth and infallibility of karmic results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So I'll recite that one more time. And all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma temporary conditions, such as the harms of the spirits, illnesses, and bitters, not occur in the realms of the world. And whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. That all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the path of Yama, the Lord of Death. That all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes and inferiors, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the animals, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. The body and mind of radiance and power, and the endowed with long life, good health and being. By the compassion of the gurus and spirituals, by the power of the beginnings, down protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karmic results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time. May the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Or whatever sufferings are due to life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. And all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of spirits, 360 evil spirits harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. And whatever sufferings arise due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, totally pacified. The body and mind of radiance and power, endow a long life, good health and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and spirituals, and by the power of the dakinis, the protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and the infallibility of karmic results. All these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So then let's dedicate that precious holy mind and bodhisattva, cherishes others more than oneself, seeking to achieve full enlightenment in order to benefit numberless sentient beings and to that state. Immediately rise within our own minds, within the minds of all sentient beings, but has arisen and will decline in this form. Chenrezig Institute Multimedia Team, And due to all three time rights accumulated by ourselves and sentient beings or Buddhas, putting them all together, all these merits which are completely empty existing from inside. May we, who are completely empty existing from inside, quickly achieve a state of Buddha matter, completely empty existence inside. Lead all sentient beings who are also completely empty existing inside to that state by ourselves alone, completely empty existing inside. And then we're going to do the long life prayers. First sounds done, the wish granting, wish fulfilling joy, source of every single happiness and benefit in this world, the incomparably kind taste I beseech. May all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And then the long life prayer for Rinpoche. This is the long one that's composed by Kardinal. Through eliminating all your plans, spells, illness, your clear mind knows 84,000 heaps of damage. Powers of remedies, 84,000 delusions. You're proclaiming independent rising itself as victorious in battle with the minds. I worship the supremely kind, great Bajadara in my crown. Clarifying the scriptures, realizations, teachings, and meanings. You spread and illuminate those teachings wherever they've not been spread. Having become an actual son of the conquerors, you bear hardships and patience. In your continuum is realization, the fracture wisdom, subtle, dependent arising. Precious jewel, Lord, possessing love and compassion. Full of grace unseen. Treasury of mastery, all arising interpreted into primitive scriptures. Supremely great among the great. Fully comprehending, clarifying, meaning, emptiness, and correction. You guide all beings in the path of liberation. Perfectly qualified spiritual friend, my Guru, please remain forever. This last verse is for fools. She who protects and fears the 3 times are please increase the lifespans and activities of beings who preserve the holy time. And always without separation develop these continuous actions by the infallible deities of the 3 roots. May all be auspicious. So that I have finished.
Good morning.
And I think next person. She's there. Oh, wonderful, wonderful.
How are you, Petal? I'm in Rome now.
It's very strange because I can't hear anything.
Oh, I've got my volume on. I've got my volume on.
Hang on.
Can't you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, good. Now this week I'm in Rome, Sarah.
You went to England.
I'm in Italy for 2 weeks. I was in Padova, then I was in Napoli. We went to prison, and now I'm in Rome.
England, you went to Hastings.
I was in England for a couple of days, and then hopefully I'll go back. But maybe the English are going to close their borders. I have no idea what's going on these days. Anyway,
You went to Hastings.
that's exactly right.
I couldn't understand why on earth you would go to Hastings.
Because I got some friends there.
Oh, okay.
That's right. Okay. Well, thank you, dearest nun. Happy to see you again. Thank you for your sharing your prayers. Wonderful. And I will continue the job. Thank you. All right, darling people. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever we are on the planet. We're going to now do our little practice. And yes, continue this little practice we're doing for 24 hours now for more than a year and a half. I don't know how long we've been doing it, but quite a while, isn't it? As Rinpoche's wishes. It's all started when somehow the Sangha decided one time to do 24 hours of the Heart Sutra, I think. And then Rinpoche thought, well, what a good idea. Now you can do 24 hours until this virus ends. He said, we must do 24 hours every Saturday, led by the monks and nuns. And so who knows, we'll be here till we die. So just get used to it. It's in my calendar till who knows when. 1 hour every, 1 hour every Saturday. So, okay, darlings, we continue this job. what we're doing is reciting these marvelous verses from the mouth and the mind of this Sakya Lama, Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. So just to remind us, in the colophon, once an epidemic was spreading from one person to another at the great seat of the glorious Sakya monastery. It doesn't say when, it doesn't say where. So whatever the mantric masters tried, thread crosses, tormas, medicines, mantras, protection amulets, and so forth, there's a special category in Tibetan reality called so forth. Had no effect, and the monastery was in danger of annihilation. At that time, the great Lord Mahasiddha, great powerful one, a great tantric yogi, Thangtong Gyalpo, performed the space refuge, recited a number, and that must be that little refuge prayer that we say, recited a number of manis and then proclaimed this prayer, these verses, these aspirations, after which the entire epidemic immediately ceased in dependence upon its performance. Thereby it became renowned as the Vajra speech, radiating masses of clouds of blessing, entitled The Prayer Liberating Sakya from Disease. So I suppose we just have to, on the basis of this, we have to have confidence that the minds of beings who are liberated, the minds of beings who are enlightened, are powerful, otherwise it's just superstition, isn't it? We have to think of the logic of it. And if there's no logic to this, if it is just superstition, then it's ridiculous that we even think it. So we've got to understand the logic of it, how powerful minds can benefit and can affect the existence, So this is, yeah. Okay. So all these different beings we refer to, some of them, the notes are here telling us. All right, so we recite these verses. We say the refuge prayer first. So we visualize, we imagine in our presence, which is anyway how it is, all the Buddhas are pervading the universe, the Dharmakaya, the mind of an enlightened being, can't not be wherever there is existence. And we're not only that, but we imagine it in the particular form called the Sambhogakaya, the enjoyment body, which is from the Vajrayana, this subtle light body that the Buddhas manifest in the aspect of different states of mind, basically. It's just really psychology. There are some Buddhas that are the manifestation of purified delusions, and there are other Buddhas that are manifestation of the qualities we are trying to cultivate. So here some are wrathful, some are peaceful, some are controlling, all different aspects. It's basically psychology. And the one we're visualizing is a peaceful aspect, the manifestation of compassion. I mean, Lama Zopa translates as compassionate-eyed one. So in the four-armed aspect, this peaceful aspect, in the Sambhogakaya, which is really coming from the Indian sort of royal aspect, looking very gorgeous, not like in the aspect of a monk. This is a more subtle one. The Arya Bodhisattvas can see directly with their subtle mind. So it's, it's very gorgeous, kind of not like the monk style. It's meant to, and because it's from Tantra, it's meant to energize our mind, The whole sutra approach, the monk approach, is to subdue the body, speech, and mind. And on the basis of subduing our body, speech, and mind, plus adding bodhicitta, we then practice Vajrayana, where we utilize all the delusions and transform them very quickly into the Buddha. So here we're visualizing this gorgeous Chenrezig in the sky. And if we have a Lama, if we have a spiritual teacher, a spiritual mentor, a guru, all these words, a person whom we have chosen, whom we have decided on the basis of our own research, that we will devote to that person, see them as the Buddha. Why? Solely for the purpose of guiding, of achieving oneself those very qualities. It's kind of logical. So if we have a person like that, or more than one, we can have hundreds of gurus, hundreds of spiritual mentors as our choice. We choose them, Then we visualize that Lama Chenrezig, the Chenrezig is oneness with our Lama's mind. As Pabonka Rinpoche says, if the guru is not the Buddha, then who is? We have to think about that. It doesn't initially seem logical. So we visualize our own Lama's mind, whichever one you feel today. We can have many, all of them, if you like, as you wish, manifesting in this aspect for our benefit. So it's this peaceful aspect of Chenrezig, very gorgeous white light body, male form, although these Buddhas, sometimes they look pretty non-binary, as we'd say these days. You know, can't tell if they're girls or boys. So he's radiantly beautiful, should make our mind very happy, should lift our spirits, you know, just by imagining him. The utterly beautiful face, with very sweet, loving, compassionate eyes looking directly at us, very sweet mouth, and then decorated in this kind of royal style, you know, 5-pointed crown on the sort of front of his head, a bit like a tiara. His hair partially held him in a top knot, black hair. 4 hands, the first 2 sit down at his heart, holding in what they call a wish-fulfilling jewel. There used to be such things. And the other 2 held aloft, one holding a crystal rosary, I think in the his right hand, the one on our left, and then the right hand, the other one on our right. His left hand is holding I'm a bit confused now, a white lotus. Everything's radiant, made of light. He's got this sort of silken clothes, sitting full lotus position on his multicolored lotus. And on that lotus, you imagine a sun disk and a moon disk, 2 flat cushions that represent wisdom and compassion. Everything, this is like a visual language, you know. The way we think about art is we try to be as creative as we can and come up with new ideas. But this is a visual language. Every tiny thing in this visualization has a meaning, has a function. And the totality of it is the embodiment of compassion. Everything's radiantly beautiful, nothing substantial, made of light. Imagine in front of you. You can't visualize very well, don't worry, just imagine the presence of this Buddha. And then we visualize all the sentient beings. I think what I like to do in the form of the friends, enemies, and strangers, because there's no 4th category of sentient beings in this universe, because we've all got the 3 poisons. There are the objects of our ignorance. In this particular aspect is of that cultivates indifference in our mind, and they're all the strangers. In the front of us all, so do the friends first, the object of our attachment, our beloveds, to the left in front of us, and they're the objects of our attachment. And that causes them to look gorgeous to us. This is literally the point. Our attachment causes these ones, our little poodle, our pussycat, whoever we're attached to, our little cousin, maybe our mama. If you're lucky, you might even be attached to your mama. Often we're not. This is the point. This is the point, you know, that our attachment, which over-exaggerates their deliciousness, makes them look divine. So we're super attracted to them. You know, we kind of go to what we're magnetized. Then right in the middle, the exact opposite, the objects of our aversion. And that's what causes them to look ugly to us, whether it's the politicians, certain animals, you know, certain people who've harmed us, like our ex-husband. So they look ugly to us. And of course, the tragedy is we believe these visions. We believe that they're ugly. We believe they're beautiful. And the third lot to the right and everywhere else, which is 99.999% of all sentient beings, which is they're the objects of the root delusion. And this aspect is that causes indifference. So who are they? They are the strangers. And what is a stranger? A friend, by definition, is the person who does what your attachment wants. That's why they look gorgeous. An enemy, we mightn't use that term, but it's a good label, by definition, is a person who has actively not done what we wanted or does what we don't want, either way. And the third category literally have done neither, certainly in this life. So how do we feel about them? Couldn't care less. They could all drop dead. I mean, I always said we should be embarrassed that we see the world like this. We should be ashamed, but this is just the universe. And we don't question it because it's totally universal. Monkeys and dogs and ants and rats do the same thing. And Buddha's checking it and says, sorry, guys, it's made up. So it's quite shocking. So the truth is, reality is, this is why when we get equanimity, the very first practice in the development of bodhicitta, the very first is equanimity, where we get ourselves out of the equation and realize that these so-called friends, these so-called enemies, these so-called strangers, from the point of view of equanimity, they are equal from one point of view, equal to each other from one point of view. They equally only want happiness and equally only don't want suffering. So wanting them to be happy, that's called love. May you be happy. That's love. Compassion is may you not suffer. So this is the beginning of practicing and cultivating love and compassion for every single sentient being. And developing equanimity is the logic we use. The logic we use for why we would want to develop that love and compassion for all sentient beings, because they are equal to each other from this one point of view. They're not equal in terms of what they do for us. They're not equal in terms of beauty or intelligence, but they are equal in their wish to be happy and not suffer. That's equanimity, recognizing that as equanimity. And without that, you can't go further. You can't develop love and compassion for everybody. There's no logic, because it's certainly not ego's logic. So we visualize all these sentient beings, okay? The whole universe. And we can think of all in their realms of existence, all suffering their own particular sufferings, but we can see them all as humans, which is the form they can get enlightened in. Right in front, your beloveds. Sorry, right in front, the enemies. To the left, your beloveds. To the right and in front and behind and above and below and to the sides, all the strangers, pervading space. And we think. So we think, here's Lama Chenrezig in front, and there's all these sentient beings. So now we take refuge. No, one more thing. We have to invite we have to do one more thing, sorry, two more steps. So now we visualize at the brow of Lama Chenrezig is a white Om. If you know Sanskrit or Tibetan, fine. Otherwise, the Roman letters. White Om. I'm in Rome. I like that. Thank you. So in the throat, a red R. A H, something like that. And the heart, his heart is a blue Hong. Om Ah Hong. These represent enlightened body, speech, and mind. So now we invite, this is setting up, they call this, we've now set up our visualization, and they call this the commitment being. No, don't ask me why. Now we have to invite, it's sort of like a pretend. So now we have to invite the actual Chenrezigs, the wisdom beings, as they call them, from their abodes. I mean, there are trillions of Chenrezig throughout the universe, all in their pure lands. So we now imagine from Lama Chenrezig's heart, the blue Hong, laser beams of radiant white light go out to all the 10 directions: north, south, east, west, northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest, up and down. That's 10. And it hooks the energy of the enlightened body, speech, and mind of all the Chenrezigs. And then all that energy comes back with these beams of light and comes back and absorbs back into the blue Hong. And now our Lama Chenrezig is radiant and powerful and full of the energy of all the Chenrezigs of the universe. Zahong Bamho, and they become non-dual. Imagine this. And now from Lama Chenrezig, as we say our refuge, our space refuge, a sweet little prayer. Yeah, we reiterate our reliance on the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. And here the fourth one, how so sweet, on the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. It's a Sakya way of saying it. Our Gelugpa Lamas don't say it like that. That's why it's nice to hear it from different traditions. You get a different slant on things. It's very delicious. So as we say these words, we visualize every one of us with our hands at our heart and our prayer, in the prayer mudra at our hearts, reiterating our reliance on the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha, and our own Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, we rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, and I always have to bring in the dakinis, because see, these men, when they write the prayers, nothing wrong with men are fine. We've been men many times. Of course, they like the girls, so they mentioned the dakinis, but we girls might like the dakas, so we have to bring them into it. So we think the dakas and the dakinis. So we rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams. Yidam is for the particular Buddha you feel connected to in Tantra, that you feel is the one in this life that you identify with and the one you become enlightened as, your yidam. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis, these gorgeous cuties, these male and female cuties who are meant to make us blissful. And we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, we rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. And we rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. And we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Guru, the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, Dakas, and Dakinis, and we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, we rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, Dakas, and Dakinis. And we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So now we recite from our hearts. We sing and then recite silently, but just say it loud enough, because if you're saying it just loud enough with your mouth, all the sentient beings around you can hear it, but also, because you're saying it just even silently, that's the breath. You see, in Tantra, they say the wind energy, they've got the 4 elements. The wind energy is sound, and the purest sound is Sanskrit mantra. Well, they all say that. These sounds are the most powerful. So wind energy, which is the air, that is sound. So when you even say the word silently, you are blessing your own breath, your own wind energy. And because your mind is inextricably linked to all these wind energies in your body, it also blesses your mind. It's very marvelous. So we sing first, and we visualize Lama Chenrezig now sending from his brow the white Om, radiant laser beams of white light that go out and enter our brow and the brow of every single being, all those suffering from, what do you call it, Omicron, and the previous one, the Delta, and the previous one, COVID-19, and who knows how many more of these diseases coming, you know, because the karma of collective karma of past killing, this is what it is so strong, you know, from countless lives ago. The whole world is suffering from it. And the karma is so strong that we keep getting new vaccinations, but a new bit comes. That's how strong the karma is. So we just have to keep praying and keep imagining. We visualize every being in the universe blessed by this white light coming from the white Om at Chenrezig's brow, entering our brow and completely purifying this disease, this Omicron, this Delta, this COVID-19, and any other sickness, which are the direct result of past killing. This is the environmental result. The experience similar to the cause result of past killing is you die young or you get killed, you know. We imagine all of this suffering of the bodies from past harming and past killing. So the suffering itself, we imagine, is all completely stopped by this brilliant white light filling all of us, but also more powerful, purifying all the past karmics, the seeds planted from past actions that haven't yet ripened. So we need to put atomic bombs under them to prevent them from ripening. We visualize this, all this white light filling every being, purifying the past karma of the seeds that haven't, the actions that haven't yet ripened as illness and sickness and suffering and death, and the present suffering. Imagine it's wanting this from our hearts as we say the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. So Lama Chenrezig continues, never stopping. I mean, he's never stopping. All the Buddhas are never stopping, doing everything in their power to benefit. It's a question of whether we have the merit to benefit. Things are dependent or rising, you know. So doing things like this is kind of activating that connection. So we now recite these verses from our heart, okay, as Lama Chenrezig continues to bless all the sentient beings from the wide dome in his brow. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions. That means that, you know, the karma is the main cause, then the temporary conditions are like the seed is karma, and then like the water and is like the contemporary condition that enables it to ripen. Such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, such that every action, every word, thought, and thing of the speech that we do necessarily sow seeds in the mind that necessarily produce the person we become. That's it. Natural law that runs the universe. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed. That means the humans and animals, you know, by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed. Well, I think it means that. Must be the humans and the animals. I mean, the spirits, their minds are conjoined with air energy. The hell's beings, their minds are conjoined with fire. The gods like of light. Maybe it means the humans and animals. By the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. And as I always like to say, we all want that. And when we have it, then let's not waste it. Let's use it to create more. Because what creates long life, good health, and well-being literally is past non-killing, past non-harming. That's why all the suffering is coming from past killing and past harming. So if we have the results of past non-killing, don't rest on our laurels, please. Use it to be a benefit to sentient beings and create more non-killing, non-harming karma. Keep the ball rolling, you know. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of the law of cause and effect, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as if they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Of course, there's no such person as the Lord of Death, but they're very creative, these Vajrayanists. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So again, Lama Chenrezig continuing to send the light from his brow, entering the brows of every being in the universe, particularly those with this disease and every other disease, totally purifying the suffering itself and all the karmic seeds that have planted from the past that haven't yet ripened. We have to get ahead of the game, you know. Strongly wanting this, imagining this so happening. As we say the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So now why don't we do the other blessing from the other chakras, blessing the speech, the mind, the speech and the mind as well. So now Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sends from his throat the red radiant laser beam, the red light that penetrate our throat and the throats of every being in the universe. And purify, first of all, the results of negative speech. So of course, mostly the negative speech is done by humans. We're the clever ones with all these clever sounds that come out of our mouths, so complicated. I mean, animals make a few grunts and noises, but look at humans, so clever, because we have these clever minds, all these concepts. So expressed as speech. So all the speech that harms others, look at us. I mean, the world is rampant. Speech that isn't true, that misleads people. It's not true, Speech that is harsh, that abuses others. Speech that badmouths behind backs, creating divisions and disharmony, and just meaningless nonsense, just blurting out of our mouths, These are the four main ways. Think about it. And we can think in our lives. We might go around killing and raping and stealing too many people, but look at our speech. I mean, look at our speech, This is why the very first level of practice is control your speech and your body before you get to your mind, So look at all the results of this. So environmental result, for example, of harsh speech is that you're born where there's nothing can grow. It's like a desert, The result of the environmental result of, say, bad mouthing is or harsh speech. Another one would be, the result would be you're surrounded by harsh speech. You're surrounded by heavy, heavy duty speech, violent speech, violence around you. The environmental result. Disharmonious speech, the result is you're like living in a war zone, or divorces, relationships always breaking up. You work for organizations where there's always disharmony in politics. I mean, look at families, the torture in families. Gossiping speech, the result of that is, say, experienced similar to the cause, is that no one pays any attention to your words. You just got this boring sounds coming out of your mouths, no one pays attention. We can all have it, but, it's a particular karma of being female, isn't it? I mean, maybe things are changing now, but look how it used to be, even some countries, you've got to cover your mouth. That's heavy duty. So all these results from past humans, and animals can have these results too, but they mightn't create it so much with their speech. So think of all these karmic results of harsh speech, wrong speech, lying speech, nonsense speech, purified, and all the seeds we planted from all the past negative actions of speech that haven't yet ripened. This light filling us, this red light, all sentient beings. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 A red light pouring into all of us, totally purifying. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Now Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sends radiant beams of blue light, blue like the sky, just like it is in Rome today, sunny, lovely blue sky. Visualize, imagine the blue light coming from Lama Chenrezig's heart, beams of it entering our heart, penetrating and filling us completely with this radiant blue light, now purifying the source of all the problems, this ridiculous delusions, these nonsense that our minds have made up, these delusions, these fantasies, these nonsense, these superstitions, these afflictions, these disturbing emotions, all are conceptual stories literally made up by our minds that have no basis in reality. That's what Buddha has found. This is amazing. These conceptual states of mind are nonsense. And because they've got no basis in reality, because they are concepts that have no basis in reality, they can be removed. This is what Buddha's found. It's a unique thing of the Buddha. It's amazing. It's all these delusions that are the source of our pain. And why do they cause pain? Because they're fantasies. If you have a 50 euro note and you think it's 500, you'll be disappointed every time you go to spend it. Because there's a disconnect between what you think and reality. This is Buddha's point across the board. This is why we suffer, because we're not in sync with reality. But these delusions are so primordial, so instinctive, so ancient. So we have to recognize them and gradually unpack and unravel and deconstruct them and stop believing in them. And then one day, in subtle concentration, we will have for the first time a direct insight into the truth of the subtlest, of the lie of the subtlest delusion that there never has been, isn't, and never could be an inherent me. When we've seen that for the first time, you've cut the root of all samsara and you've cut the root of all the delusions. You've got more work to do, but you can't fall back after that. So imagine this blue light annihilating these lies from the mind. Amazing. All sentient beings, causing us all to have liberation from suffering. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So we continue to visualize the white light again coming, purifying the bodies. The past karmic seeds that haven't yet ripened as our suffering and the present suffering. All of this imagined, purified, all the beings who are sick, Imagine the pain people experiencing on their bodies, instantly annihilated, instantly finished. Can you imagine relief, the relief of that suffering? Unbelievable. I want that for every sentient being. As we recite the verses. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 84th, by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the power of by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we visualize again, this time Lama Chenrezig, because we imagine purifying body, speech, and mind, we now visualize receiving all the blessings. So we're visualizing again the white laser beams from the white Om entering all of us. And this time, because all the karma has imagined purified and all the sickness is gone. So what else is coming? But to have a body, can you imagine even just this body? Can you imagine being full of the power to not ever harm a sentient being? Like a miracle, you know. Imagine all the planet, if nobody would harm another with their bodies. How astonishing. Full of this blissful blessing, the potential, full of this white light. So I'm imagining whoever sees you, hears you, touches you, smells you, tastes you, they can only be benefited. Can you imagine this? And not only that, but when we're Buddha, and we're capable then effortlessly of manifesting in countless bodies throughout the universes to benefit sentient beings. Imagine being full of that power. Amazing, this white light. Every being. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Full of this unbelievable power to only benefit others with our bodies. White light. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And now Lama Chenrezig very compassionately, lovingly sending the red light from his throat, filling us all completely. And this time, filling us with the power of speech, the main gift of the Buddha. You can have 1 billion Buddhas looking at you very pretty every day, but if they don't open their mouths, nothing, you're useless. We need the advice. So the power of speech. Speech is the most powerful gift we have. So imagine our own lives now, every being, such that whatever sound we utter can only be of benefit to others. Can you imagine this? And as I always point out, you know, even in ordinary life, just to get what we need done, if we have people who work for us, if we go shopping, may I have an ice cream? If people don't like your words, they won't give you an ice cream. You can't get anything. So you want to be a bodhisattva and a Buddha, you need powerful speech, no question. So much so that even just a smile, even just saying hello, can already help subdue a person's emotional suffering, you know. Power of speech, we all need it badly. Imagine being full of it now. Red light, amazing. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. I mean, power of speech, lots of people have it. Mr. Hitler had it. Look at him. He influenced millions of people. But look at the idiot words he said. You know, power of speech isn't enough. It has to be beneficial speech, coming from virtue and wisdom. Look at Mr. Trump. Some people you look on the YouTube, and some people just say, we don't care what he says. We don't care how stupid he sounds. We love him, whatever he says. That's because he's had pure speech in the past with those people. So it really shows power of speech becoming being virtuous and wise. That's what we want. So now the mind. Now all the delusions have gone. Think about this, logical. What's left? If the delusions have gone, what is left? There's virtue, for goodness sake. Positive states of mind, valid states of mind, virtuous states of mind, wisdom, compassion, kindness. These are our true nature conventionally. This is who we really are. These are indestructible. You can't remove them because they are in sync with reality. And of course, wisdom that sees things as they are. And you know what? This is the point too that Buddha has found. Because the delusions are gone and there's only virtue, then your mind is naturally blissful. This is an incredible thing. This is Buddha's finding. Negative states of mind cause suffering and positive states of mind cause joy. That's it. And full of joy, the bonus, every being, full of wisdom, virtue, and joy. Imagine. The blue light coming. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, full of the blue light, full of joy, full of bliss, full of virtue, and full of wisdom. They are our true nature. How marvelous, every being. A few more times the verses, then we can, yeah. Continue to visualize again the white. No, yeah. Let's say, no what? Let's say, yeah, let's do all now, visualize all through. We finish, okay. No, it's a bit early to finish. Do more verses, sorry. White light coming, purifying the body again. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we visualize one more time. Now we all become Chenrezig. So you visualize Lama Chenrezig so happily sends the three lights together. So what's happening is the first thing we've done is we've achieved liberation. And we're kind of, yeah, I sort of jumped ahead a bit, but never mind, we'll do it again. We visualize these three all together. And what this is called is first we remove the obstacles to liberation. And now we remove the obstacles, they call it to omniscience. And I suppose that's coming as a result of adding bodhicitta to the mix, and we become a Buddha now. So we visualize all the three lights together, white to the brow, red to the throat, blue to the heart, from Lama Chenrezig, filling us all completely and turning us all into Chenrezig. Can you imagine? Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. And now we visualize that Lama Chenrezig very happily comes and sits above everybody's head, billions of us, and dissolves into all of us, completely merging. And we visualize Lama Chenrezig's body, speech, and mind merging with Chenrezig's body, speech, and mind, the Buddha, the Guru, and our merging and becoming oneness with our own body, speech, and mind. Union oneness, as Lama Yeshe says. Imagining this. We become Chenrezig. This is, our potential. So now imagine kind of expanding to fill the universe. No thoughts. As big as the universe, no thoughts. Imagine. Just for a minute or two. Radiant, clear, blissful. And then that's it. Now we imagine dedicating. Venerable Carol must be there. I can see her picture. Venerable Carol, are you there? There you are.
Yes,
Honey, listen, you can't tell from my picture, but I'm in Rome. Let me see, remove my picture. I don't know how to do it. How do you remove your picture? Where do you go?
Oh, you have to go into settings and then background.
I'll show you. I'll open my curtains and show you Rome. Hang on, I have to show you Rome. So I've got to open my curtains. Sorry, where do I go? Settings.
You go to settings, go up. Settings? Okay, at the top left, there's that little shield with a check in it.
Oh yeah, okay, got it.
Okay, go under there to the right, it says settings, and then it'll come up, it'll bring up your background and filters under settings. And then you choose
profile, recording, background, and filters. Okay. So then I take it away. What do I do?
Click on it. Yeah,
you do none. Okay, there you go. I'm going to open my curtains and see if I can show you Rome. Hang on. The light is all wrong.
Oh, but it's amazing. It's Rome.
Maybe you can't. It's too far away. No, you can't see it. Just
we can see it though, but yeah.
Anyway, I'm in Rome. There you go.
Lovely.
Okay.
Well,
okay, people. So over to you. We should dedicate, thinking here we've been 1 hour, as long as we've been here. All you people on YouTube as well. I can't see you all. These are marvelous thoughts we've had, these words we've said, these visualizations, how amazing, leave all these imprints in our mind. So we think may these seeds ripen in the future as we visualize, so that we can be a benefit to sentient beings, just like we imagined. And may the gurus live long, long lives. And may we live long lives so we can be a benefit and never give up becoming Buddha. Thangtong Gyalpo Rinpoche, Ma Ke Panam, Ke Gyuchi, Ke Panyampa, Me Pa Yang, Gong Ne Gondu Paba Shog. That's it. Thank you, Venerable Carol. Over to you.
Thank you,
Goodbye,
Venerable.
darling people. Everybody, goodbye.
Thank you, Venerable. Have a good day, everybody.
Thank you. Nice to see everyone. And welcome to the next session. It's so fun always to follow Venerable Rubina. And I can't believe she's traveling. She's in Rome. I'm sure she's teaching. It's a great feeling to think that teachings are happening again. And I'm Carol Jumpachutso. I'm at Seychenling Center in San Francisco. And if you are in the Bay Area, or if you've checked out Land of Medicine Buddha's website, you'll find Gyalpo Rinpoche is visiting and giving teachings in person every day. It's a very limited group, and you have to apply through LMB to be able to be in the on-site group. I'm attending on Zoom, but anyway, just knowing that things are happening is lovely and kind of reassuring, and so just putting that out there and welcoming everyone. Hi, Carol. Mary, everybody who's here. Thank you again to everybody who organizes this, who attends, who takes part, all the Sangha, all the students. Just means a lot. It means so much, I think, to first of all, be fulfilling the wishes of our teacher, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and also, I mean, by doing that, we're aiding sentient beings. So it's pretty amazing. And so I thought we'd start with some motivation this morning as we get ready to do this practice of the Mahasiddhi, Thangtong Gyalpo. But first, let's just do a little bit of centering meditation. So just find the breath. Whether you're seated on a cushion or a chair, doesn't matter. Just for a moment, check your spine and imagine it's like a stack of coins so that it's straight but not stiff. And just letting your body relax, feeling very stable and planted, so that your mind is light and focused. Just focusing on the breath. And then we'll just address a few areas where we hold a lot of tension in the body. So just make sure your neck is relaxed, your shoulders are down. Make sure your jaw is relaxed. And just breathing comfortably, neither too lightly or too deeply. Just noticing the sensation of your breath at your nostrils as you breathe. For a moment, you can make that your focus. Just breathing in and breathing out, letting go of all the day's concerns, the things that have to be done, the sights, the sounds. Just allowing the attention to rest on the breath. And now bring your thoughts to your motivation for being here. Just thinking, just as I wish to be happy, so does each and every sentient being. And when I look around, what's happening, whether it's in my neighborhood or the city or beyond. Just so many people are suffering. From my friends, my family, to strangers. Everyone has some level of suffering as we're in this contaminated existence, this cycle where we're kind of put ourselves there with our karma, not even realizing that this is suffering, because even when we have happiness, it doesn't last. Nothing brings ultimate satisfaction. And there's always that potential for suffering, and that's this nature of samsara, of this cyclic existence. So thinking how great it would be to get out of this, free ourselves, to have the lasting happiness that the Buddha taught. The Buddha laid out the path for us. So just thinking that there is an end to this samsara, that we can achieve that end, how wonderful it would be to free ourselves. But then remembering all our kind sentient beings, those we love, those who are close to us, as well as those who cause us problems, who cause us frustrations, and then all the other beings. Just thinking, if I focus only on my own enlightenment, my own path, or following this path only for my own benefit, I leave everyone behind. And we are so indebted to each and every being. I mean, if you think about everything that we have, it comes from the work of others. We're all so interconnected. The internet. I mean, we couldn't have any of these things: water, food. And then just thinking, we're all the same. And even the beings who are angry, who do terrible things, they're driven by ignorance, driven by anger, by frustration. If we think about it, we can understand that. We can understand just emotions and habit taking over. And we can generate compassion from that because we've been there. We've had our minds hijacked. Hijacked by crazy emotions, by desire, by aversion. And this happens because of our lack of understanding of how things exist, our ignorance. This is the cause of our suffering. Not seeing this dependent arising, not being able to recognize emptiness, but seeing everything, including ourselves, as inherently existing. So just, that might be a bit I went a bit overboard there, but ultimately, just in your heart, feel this connection with other beings, this wish to help, and generate this thought that, if I don't work to achieve enlightenment, I just can't be of any benefit at all. Well, I won't say any benefit, but just so minimally. It's like we each have the potential for enlightenment, for this complete transformation. This is our Buddha nature that we can realize. It's just amazing. So just thinking, I really want to do this. And I want to do it not to benefit myself, but to benefit every single being. So just thinking in that way. With that thought, let's recite this motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now, let's do a little visualization, just seeing ourselves sitting in a lovely meadow with all sentient beings. You can imagine your friends and family to either side of you and all other beings in a big circle, all in human form, going out to the horizon. And in the center is this aspect of Chenrezig, this thousand-armed Chenrezig, just looking lovingly, kindly at each being. You know, it's hard to imagine just the extent, this complete compassion, just looking at each being like as a mother does her only child. So thinking in that way, that's how precious each of us is. Feeling that in your heart. And as we recite the mantra of Chenrezig, Om Mani Padme Hum, just imagine that light rays radiate out from Chenrezig's holy body, just this beautiful white light. They enter your crown, the crown of each and every sentient being. So you can imagine Chenrezig is a little above us, just above our crown level. And as Chenrezig looks out at all these beings, this white light radiates, begins to completely fill our bodies. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Oh, my God. Oh, many people. 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 Oh, many Padme, oh, many Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. And just imagine as this radiant light begins to fill your body, just reflect on all the negativities, all the negative actions, negative words, negative thoughts that you've had just over this lifetime. You can imagine countless lifetimes if you want, but just imagining it's as though we swallowed poison. We have the result of these actions, the result of all of our negative thoughts, negative words. And it's like we swallow poison. We want to get rid of it. We want to remove those, the karmic results. And we can do that by purifying. So just thinking to generate regret for these actions. And just remembering they're just things we've done, words we've said, thoughts. The I is changing moment to moment. So this isn't any, doesn't mark who we are or what we are, simply what we do, what we think, what we say. So generating regret for anything that we've thought, said, or done that brings harm to others, ultimately brings harm to ourselves as well. Not even ultimately, I mean, it does. Even in the moment, we never feel good when we've done something to hurt someone else. Even if it isn't a person, it could be the planet, it could be so many things. It could be animals, it could be just number of beings. So just thinking, I regret these actions, these words, these thoughts, and then purifying with this mantra of Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. So just imagine now this light radiating from Chenrezig's holy body. Just imagine it filling your body like nectar with this compassion, this wish to relieve the suffering of others, and completely eliminating our own suffering, our own uneasiness, disturbances, all of this. Just having this mind of compassion, transforming our own minds. Just feel that light radiating out then as it fills up your body, radiating out, just radiating out to all sentient beings as well. So Every single sentient being is just filled with this compassionate energy. And in terms of completing our purification practice, just think, I don't want to repeat this harm, these negativities. I want to keep my mind in this compassion of Chenrezig. So making the determination just to refrain from these harmful thoughts, harmful words, and harmful actions. To really try not to repeat them again. Oh, money pen me, 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 oh, money pen me. And now imagine that Chenrezig dissolves into light, comes to the crown, and each and every Chenrezig emanates countless bodies, comes to your crown, and the crowns of each person, each being melts into light, and then just completely fills your body with this compassionate energy. And just feel that we're all just completely filled and full of this essence of compassion, loving kindness. And with this thought, let's recite this Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. Just thinking that as we're reciting these words, they're being actualized. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all of these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So again, on the second repetition, just imagine all the suffering, all the difficulties, the diseases, everything being transformed. Just imagine this world turning into a pure land, just filled with compassion and loving kindness. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, not like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, By the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we'll recite this one more time, again with the same visualization. So may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we'll just take a moment to dedicate. It's rejoicing as part of this. Dedicating all the merit to our own enlightenment, the enlightenment of each and every sentient being is fulfilling this bodhicitta motivation, this wish to be of benefit. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And just remembering emptiness, samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence. Cause and effect, independent arising, are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And let's go down to the long life prayers for our precious teachers. Remembering His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And then for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you so much. Have a good day. Nice to see you, Carol. Oh, Venerable Tendrin. Thanks again.
Good to see you.
So nice to see you. How are you doing?
Pretty good.
Good. Good, good. Is that Florida weather good? Pleasant?
This is, yes, this is a really nice time of year for Florida. Because it's very pleasant.
Oh, well, have a wonderful session. And I don't know. I just saw Venerable Rabina came on in the last session, and she's in Rome. So it's pretty amazing.
That's very amazing, isn't it?
Oh, it is. Yeah. So Carol,
it's wonderful to have this community around the world.
I know. It reminds me, and probably all of us, of how interconnected we are and how small the world's become. So
yes,
amazing.
Yeah,
anyway,
so true.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Tendrin La, and have a good session. And if we need to talk about IMI stuff, give me a call or email. Thank you.
Will do.
Okay, bye.
Okay, thank you. Have a meaningful week.
Thank you. You too.
Okay. Hi, Carol. So, and thank you, Chenrezig. All right. So, hi, Patty. Good morning. Oh, yes, it'd be good morning to you, Patty. Yes. Okay, so let's take a moment to get our minds and hearts in the right direction. I'm taking a moment to visualize that we're surrounded by all sentient beings, because we are countless sentient beings around us. So we'll be visualizing that we're leading all these precious sentient beings in these prayers in order to be a benefit for all suffering sentient beings, which of course is all of us. So imagine your mother of this life on your left, your father of this life on your right, all your loved ones close behind, your Dharma community, your friends, all their loved ones. And all the strangers of your life that actually benefit you every day by providing the food that you eat, the clothes that you wear, everything that you use. How fortunate we are to have so much help. Now imagine in the space in front of us is a large jeweled throne supported by 8 great lions, on top of which is a variegated lotus, moon, and sun mandala. On top of this sits the essence of our own root gurus and the aspect of the conqueror, Shakyamuni Buddha. The color of his holy body is the purest gold. He has a crown protrusion on the top of his head. His one face, 2 arms. His right hand is in the mudra of controlling the earth, and his left in the mudra of concentration, holding an alms bowl full of nectar. He's wearing the saffron robes of a monk. His holy body is in the nature of transparent light, and he sits in a Vajra posture in the center of an aura of light rays. Surrounding him are the direct and indirect gurus, yidams, buddhas, bodhisattvas, heroes, dakinis, and host of Dharma protectors and guardians. In front of each of these holy beings on a faultless throne sits the Dharma in the form of text having the nature of light. Feel very strongly that you're in the presence of your teachers, enlightened beings who understand us and accept us just as we are, and who strongly wishes only to help us reach the state beyond sorrow. In this way, we're making meaningful use of our precious human rebirths. We're following the advice of our teachers. And we're doing this on the behalf of all suffering sentient beings, in particular during this time of a pandemic, all those affected by the pandemic. So now we'll recite the motivation From the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Shakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now imagine that the refuge field dissolves into light, absorbing up into Guru Shakyamuni Buddha. Shakyamuni Buddha comes to the crown of our heads. So there are countless sentient beings with countless Shakyamuni Buddhas above the crown of their head, radiating white light, entering through the crown of our head, purifying all our negativities, all the causes for suffering. Then radiating golden light, filling us with all the causes of happiness, all the good qualities of body, speech, and mind. Shakyamuni Buddha dissolves into light, enters the crown of our head, and comes to reside at our heart. Always there to guide us with his infinite love and compassion and wisdom. Now imagine Chenrezig arises. He's the embodiment of all infinite Buddha's compassionate wisdom. Stands on a lotus and moon seat. His body is in the nature of white light, youthful, and decorated with magnificent jewels. So while we recite the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, visualize all the suffering sentient beings around you, even those in the bardo, hell beings, animal beings, hungry ghost, suras, everybody stuck in samsara. Visualize them all in human form, reaching out into infinite space surrounding us. So as we recite the mantra, we visualize rays of light coming from Chenrezig's heart, entering hearts of all sentient beings, bringing them exactly what is needed for all temporary and ultimate happiness. So we'll recite this mantra for 5 minutes. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Okay. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. So now imagine that Chenrezig is extremely pleased with you. Really feel the blessings of Chenrezig's infinite, compassionate wisdom permeating us and all the sentient beings around us. Chenrezig is looking at us with love and compassion in his eyes, rejoicing in our efforts on the behalf of all suffering sentient beings. So we want to rejoice and I will dedicate to all those who are particularly, in particular affected by the pandemic, but all those who are suffering from all the elements, wildfires, winds, floods, earthquakes, volcanoes, heat, cold. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus of the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 84,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So imagine now that thousand-armed Chenrezig dissolves into light and absorbs into us, blessing our body, speech, and mind with his holy body, speech, and mind. So rejoice in your efforts, rejoice in the efforts of all sentient beings, their positive actions, ordinary and holy beings, not just today, in this moment, but since beginningless time, and that we can feel 100% certain will happen in the future. How wonderful that is. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of our merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments, whatever diseases there are in the world. May they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power and may people think of benefiting each other. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Please bless us that the lives of the glorious gurus be long, that all beings equaling the extent of space be happy, that I and others without exception collect merits and purify obscurations, and that we quickly achieve Buddhahood. Because of all the merits of the three times created by us and all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and other sentient beings, may there be no wars, famines, disease, quarreling, fighting, or unhappy minds. May there be great prosperity and may everything needed be easily obtained. May everyone have perfect conditions and have only compassion and love for each other in their mind streams, and may they only benefit and never harm each other. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by us, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who exist but am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment which exists but is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state by myself alone. And then for the long, healthy, happy lives of our teachers, for His Holiness, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may you have a long life and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduers more away, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three rare sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you very much. Thank you, Patty and Carol. Hi, Peter and Rihanna and Mary and Alicia. Hello, Venerable Amy.
Hello, Venerable Tenzin. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm getting ready to go visit my brother in Colorado. So.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, have a safe trip. Wonderful.
So have a wonderful week, a meaningful week.
Thank you, and happy holidays.
You too.
Welcome, everyone. I hope you're all well. I'm sure it's a bit busy getting ready for holidays or things like that. Let's take a moment to settle into our COVID practices and take a moment to set a good intention and really thinking about how we can create a tremendous benefit by doing these COVID practices, especially with the blessing from Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So just take a moment to think about folding this into your own practice that can really help you to become enlightened swiftly so we can be of the most benefit to all living beings. Whoops, I'm going to lose the phone here. Sorry. So really, for the benefit of all living beings, we will do these practices right now. Starting with Vajra Armor practice. And again, I'd like to thank everyone from Chenrezig Institute making this possible. And I even did myself a little shortcut to their donation link. See if I can copy that. In the chat. They can let me know if I got it wrong. Okay. I'm going to share my screen. So please let me know again if you cannot see something. I'm sorry for those in the Facebook Live universe. You'll have to join us on Zoom, and you can register to do that quite easily through landofmedicinebuddha.org, their Dharma calendar. Go to Saturday mornings, click the time. So I do have a question while I'm online for Chenrezig. Are you continuing on Christmas to do the COVID practices? I'm sure you guys can let me know by the end of this session. So please,
yes.
In the space in front is this blue-black Vajrapani He's a few feet in front of you, about 6 inches in height, surrounded by a transcendental wisdom fire. He's seated on a multi-headed donkey that's part of this Vajra armor practice, slightly higher than the level of your forehead. So whatever is best for you to visualize, and imagine out of all the pores of his body now come various images of purification from all the pores, such as Garudas and iron pigs and scorpions, and different colored light rays that represent purification to you, goes to the entire planet, cleansing COVID and all of its variants immediately, and healing all of those who are sick with COVID and other things. Also, those light rays, those images are coming over to you, entering your forehead, throat, and heart as we recite his mantra, and feel that purification. This is a very strong practice and a strong mantra as we recite the mantra. Om benza pe om bema javari be nembar shig nagan and tayata savavarita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema javari be nembar shig nagan and tayata savavarita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema javari be nembar shig nagan and tayata savavarita Ana ana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shig nagan and tayata savavarita. Ana ana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shig nagan and tayata savavarita. Ana ana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shig nagan and tayata savavarita. Hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shig nagan and tayata savavarita. Hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shig nagan and tayata savavarita. Hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shig nagan and tayata savavarita. Ana ana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shig nagan and tayata savavarita. Hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shig nagan and tayata savavarita. Hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shig nagan and tayata Savavarita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shig nagan and tayata savavarita. Hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shig nagan and tayata savavarita. Hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shig nagan and tayata savavarita. Hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shig nagan and tayata savavarita. Hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shig nagan and tayata savavarita. Hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shig nagan and tayata savavarita. Hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shig nagan and tayata savavarita. Hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om bema shavari pe nembar shig nagan and tayata savavarita. Hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. So as we've just blessed our speech with this incredibly powerful mantra, you can put your hand over your mouth if you like. So as you continue to exhale, imagine that air, that blessed speech, that air from the blessed speech going up your nose, continuing that purification. Please feel that purification. If you have a drink, feel free to blow on the surface a few times, taking a few sips, and once again, really have faith that you're doing some purification. And imagine the blue-black Vajrapani in the front, and the space in front of you dissolves into emptiness. From that wisdom, over top your crown arises Black Manjushri. This is an emanation of the Buddha of infinite wisdom, and in this form purifies disease. He's over top your crown, about 6 inches in height, facing the same direction as you. He's standing, holding a sword in his right hand that cuts delusion and cuts disease and the causes of those diseases. So a similar visualization of out of all the pores of his body come light rays and signs of purification that disseminate through the entire planet, cleansing COVID and all other imbalances, body and mind. Imagine also those signs also come down through your crown, purifying, cleansing you of any imbalances, body and mind, as we recite his mantra. Om dazo juzo du dazo du miso ningo lacho kalaja kamjam jam bebe soha. Om dazo juzo du dazo du miso ningo lacho kalaja kamjam jam bebe soha. Om tazo juzo du tazo du miso ningo lacho kalaja kamjam jam bebe soha. Om tazo juzo du tazo du miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drum bebe soha. Om tazo juzo du tazo du miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drum bebe soha. Om tazo juzo du tazo du miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drum bebe soha. Om tazo juzo du tazo du miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drum bebe soha. Om tazo juzo du tazo du miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drum bebe soha. Om tazo juzo du tazo du miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drum bebe soha. Om tazo juzo du tazo du miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drum bebe soha. Om tazo juzo du tazo du miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drum bebe soha. Om tazo juzo du tazo du miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drum bebe soha. Om tazo juzo du tazo du miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drum bebe soha. Om tazo juzo du tazo du miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drum bebe soha. Om tazo juzo du tazo du miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drum bebe soha. Om tazo juzo du tazo du miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drum bebe soha. Om tazo juzo du tazo du miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drum bebe soha. Om tazo juzo du tazo du miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drum bebe soha. Om tazo juzo du tazo du miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drum bebe soha. Om tazo juzo du tazo du miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drum bebe soha. Om tazo juzo du tazo du miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drum bebe soha. So imagine this black Manjushri over top your crown dissolves from the edges into the center of the visualization, into a radiant drop of light that melts into your crown. Feel all the blessings right now, this holy body, holy speech, holy mind. the night shift on Christmas, Chenrezig Institute. So they're hosting and it's 2 a.m. right there, right now. So that's how dedicated these people are. Thank you so much. We're going to go to the prayer liberating Sakya from disease. From Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. So if they're hosting, I'm planning on Christmas morning in California. It will be 8 a.m. here. It'll be different times for the rest of you. I will be leading this session. I'll continue Christmas morning. Our motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharma Kaya. We'll be reciting this mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, many times as we gaze at the image of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Money baby, I'm a 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 money baby. Money baby, I'm a money baby, I'm a money baby, I'm a money baby, I'm a money baby. Money baby, I'm a 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 money baby. Money baby, I'm a 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 money baby, money baby, I'm a money baby. Money baby, I'm a money baby, I'm a money baby. The actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, but like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We'll do that 2 more times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Our next prayer. And I just wanted to mention, I know I posted the link for donations to Chenrezig. I also want to mention that Land of Medicine Buddha is got a $20,000 matching grant. We are really, really needing the help. So every dollar you give is matched up to $20,000 by the end of the year. So if you go to landofmedicinebuddha.org, go to the donate button, please, please, please. I have $14,000 left to go. So I greatly appreciate your help. Thank you so much. This is the words of truth pacifying the danger of weapons. So for all the violent places on the planet, war-torn, abusive places, please, through this prayer, may they be pacified instantly. Omani Pemi Hong. Great loving victorious one, Arya sublime compassion, eye-looking one, wrathful victorious Hayagriva, perfect pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings at the time of quarreling and flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum change it instantly into the mind of an Asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. Our last prayer before the dedication. So for all the starving people around the planet, this is the request to pacify the fear of famine. May their hunger be eased instantly. May there be abundance of food all over the planet for everyone, for every being. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the 2 accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yadams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love. And then in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed. Jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth on this world's land of snows. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements, untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. And may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. Lastly, we will do our dedication prayers. I'd like to thank all of you for joining. And please, let's invest. Sorry, Lars, what's happening on your screen? Might want to turn the video off. There you are. That's much better. Much better to see your face. Okay. I'd like to invest, to dedicate whatever positive energy we have created from doing these practices to not only fold them into our own practices to help us quickly get enlightened so we can benefit all living beings, but for all those with COVID around the planet to be healed instantly. For those who've recently died, may they immediately take a good rebirth to benefit all living beings. And for all those with other ailments, serious illnesses, Ross Lasley, Joanne Lempson, Lizzie, Joni, for all the beings on our prayer lists. I have so many more people, it's too long to mention right now, but for all those beings, for Maureen, Swift Healing, for Sean, and for all of our well-being, we'll go to the dedication prayers. Janju Senjo Rinpoche, Ma Ge Banam Ge Gyurchi, Ge Banyam Ba Me Ba Yi, Gone Gondu Belwar Sho. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Maya and a virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and monastery firewood, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them much more than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me. May all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I could achieve highest enlightenment. And this very precious dedication with emptiness, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Whatever understanding you have of emptiness, please reflect for a moment. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. And for the long lives of our precious teachers, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Thank you so much, everyone. I think Venerable Damcho there he is, the monk of the hour.
Oh, bless you. Hello, how are you, Venerable?
It's so nice to see you.
It's lovely to see you as well.
Damcho, for those of you that do not know, Venerable Damcho is the one that sends out the weekly emails asking us to sign up for the sessions. So along with the entire Chenrezig crew that is up at 2 a.m. right now, hosting us, he is putting all this together. And so I want to thank him so much for doing this and every week sending us these nice little upbeat messages.
Well, he tries.
And thank you to all of you, even those of you in your trucks participating.
Oh, what, you got a trucker on board? Who's that? Who's that? Who's that?
Got Rhiannon in her truck.
Oh, bless you. Excellent. Delivering Christmas parcels. Or you're just traveling?
She's traveling. Okay.
Oh, excellent. We like that. Oh, that's so great. It's always lovely to see you. So
and she
well
is also, she's been on a journey to climb every peak in America, in the United States, the highest peak in each state.
Okay. Nearly done? One a week. Should be all right. Takes a year. Oh, blimey.
I'm hoping to get her up to the peak near Laudo at one point. That'll be one of the highest places she might be, hopefully in 2023, with Rhiannon and Patty along, and maybe some of the rest of you.
Are you leading a tour in 23?
Anyway, I wish you a wonderful rest of your weekend, and thank you so much to Chenrezig and Venerable Damcho and everyone involved. Amazing. Thank you so much for joining. And I will be here next week on Christmas in this session.
Oh, bless. Thank you very much, Venerable Amy. It's really great.
I think it might be
it's
hard
also
to
nice
get some signed up.
Well, you know what? It's I was amazed because we had that little gap this week because everybody sort of is trying to move around Christmas to get to. You're difficult to hear me. Let me just adjust my mic then, if that's better. Yes, I'm missing my old headset. A wire went short, so I don't get that. Yeah, no, it's a few people are already traveling, trying to get home before COVID puts an end to travel. So but it was great. We had a few gaps and everybody pulled together, and it's always lovely to see everybody coming to join in and every weekend, all the Sangha, all the tech team, everyone is here, all the people at home, joining in. So thank you very much to each and every one of you to keeping our leads motivated and and smiling. That's always great.
Great. And in case you're unable to join, those of you in the Zoom room here next week, I wish you a very happy holiday. however you celebrate.
Oh, bless.
But I hope you're here. I'll be here. So
Excellent.
thank you so much and see you soon.
See you soon, Venerable Amy.
And
Much
there is
love.
a meditation at 9:30 if you're interested in 1 hour. I'm leading.
Go there.
Enjoy.
Thank you very much. Lovely to see you, Amy. Thank you very much, everyone. Let's have a look who's still with us. Alicia, hello. Lars, hello. Mary Francoise, hello. Hello, Chenrezig Institute. And whoever is joining us right now on YouTube. Sorry, I haven't got the YouTube screen up at the moment. So yeah, thank you very much for being here, for supporting all the wonderful leads. Week before Christmas, eh? So we are on week, if I'm not miscalculated, on week 73. I thought we would hit 75 on Christmas, but it will be New Year's Day, if I'm correct. So 75th prayerathon will be New Year's Day. So we have come a long way to joining these prayers. And thank you very much for everyone who has been supportive for the Sangha, sending in messages of support, and all the wonderful, wonderful people who have contributed time and expertise to make this all work, be it in front and behind the cameras. So thank you very much to each and every one of you. So it looks like your screen is stable, Lars. You did a bit of flickerati earlier. Oh, bless him. No, it's okay. So we've got just under half an hour. And with Christmas, there are different pressures coming up. You know, some of you might be just really pushing. It's like, oh, crikey, what am I going to do? You know, Christmas presents. If I don't get the right presents for this person, then they might not like me, or you know, they think I'm not value them enough. And it's interesting how we put so much emphasis on the gift, you know, on the physical gift. And it's in that respect, it's really sad that we are measured or valued on the basis of the gifts we are giving. And if we choose, you know, to give something of lesser value, but something that is more personal, you know, some people feel that wouldn't be enough. But what couldn't be better than something that really comes truly from the heart rather than from the purse, especially if that means we put ourselves under financial strain and pressures, particularly in these current uncertain times, where we have, you know, more and more COVID variants appearing, and you know, governments reacting in different ways. Can you hear me all right, Lars? Just checking that. Okay. As I said, I need to get a new headset, because this one is the dangling of the lower mic is driving me mad. We all have our own little things, but Milarepa said something really, really nice about all this. You know, that we're being measured. You know, that we feel we have to accumulate certain wealth, or that we have to do certain things. When he was asked how come he was happy with having absolutely nothing, and Milarepa said, "These days I have no desire for wealth. I don't make any provisions of material things. First, I have no suffering of amassing and hoarding. In the middle, I have no suffering of protecting what I have. In the end, I have no suffering of attachment and clinging. I have nothing, and having nothing is excellent." So in these modern days and times, you know, everything's sort of available on credit. You know, never mind, you know, pay later. And then January comes and you get all the bills in. And then, of course, the companies want the money for the Christmas presents and the credit cards, what's this and that. So that just puts unnecessary pressure on. So hopefully, you know, with one of the things you may have learned, maybe with the past year and a half, coming up nearly 2 years, here March, roughly 2 years then for COVID. Maybe that, you know, there is more than just chasing money, and that maybe, you know, the relationships that we foster with our friends and family are far more important than long hours and bigger cars, bigger this, bigger that, bigger presents. So hopefully, you know, we can look at it that way, and we shouldn't judge either. That when somebody gives us something, and maybe we wanted this particular brand of trainer, and somebody give us something different, You know, we shouldn't judge them on that. We should judge them on the thought that goes into a present. I remember one of the nicest presents I've been given, but despite the fact I said I don't really need anything, was a bag of bird seeds, so I could go out and feed the swans around the local lake. That was quite nice, and I thought, how thoughtful, you know. It's like, oh well, if you don't want anything, I'll give you this because I know you like to feed the birds. So that was really nice. It wasn't just me benefiting; it was you know, other beings benefiting as well. So you know, sometimes the little things are so much more valuable than, you know, than what's on a prize ticket. So please, please, please don't ever put yourself in a situation where you know, for somebody else's happiness, you put yourself really at risk in terms of financially or emotionally. You know, it's little things. You know, feel that you can give from the heart, and feel that you can receive from the heart. It makes life so much more beautiful and colorful. Anyway, so that is me just ranting on a little bit, because yeah, it's just a week to go, and we all sometimes have to go like, have you forgotten someone? You know, what can I get? All right. So if we take a moment to just bring the focus back in and take a few deep breaths. And if we just consider our motivation why we're here. Let's see, everyone back up. And if we just recite the 4 verses from the King of Prayers. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide our wanders in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor, never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings. Thus, limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. So, so what we have done here, we set out, you know, that we wish to end suffering for other beings. So that also affects the way we engage with them. We acknowledge our communities, not just the community of the ordained Sangha, but the community at large. We acknowledged our wonderful mentors and teachers. These can be within the Buddhist tradition if you follow the path, but can also be those who inspire us to engage in positive actions. Then, of course, the wish to develop pure actions by developing bodhicitta. So what we can do now is, in the run up to Christmas as well, we can recite the 4 immeasurables. You know, as a wholehearted, pure wish for happiness, for all mother sending beings. May all beings enjoy happiness and the causes of happiness. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all beings never be apart from the supreme bliss, which is free of all suffering. May all sending beings live in great equanimity, free from the attachment and aversion that keeps some close and others distant. And may we be the cause for them to achieve all this. All right. So if we visualize our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig in the space in front of us, and if we had the right initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the deity in the space in front, above the crown of your head, And anyone following us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. And anyone uncomfortable with visualizing deities, just visualize a clear light. Let that light be filled with love and compassion for all beings. Visualize how light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions and across the 6 realms. And each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are, entering their bodies through the crown of their heads and filling them with love and compassion and purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions, atom by atom in the space between those atoms. And as we're being purified, just feel how that karmic weight is being lifted, and all the grimes and stains and taste and smells are just being really scrubbed out and washed away and burned away. And how good that feels to be pure again, to be happy again, to be free from suffering. As we look around, we can see the same sort of feeling emerge in our other sentient beings. We're not different after all. In essence, we all wish for happiness. We want to be acknowledged simply for who we are and what we do through our positive actions, not out of ego. We just want to get along with the world. And we acknowledge that we have contributed to the suffering of the past through the actions of body, speech, and mind. And we show regret. We acknowledge the mistakes. We regret these actions, and we ask for forgiveness. And promise to, from now on, do our utmost to fully engage in wholesome actions that benefit mother sentient beings. We may not succeed immediately to do this consistently because we're used to engaging in actions that aren't always wholesome. So we have to change the habit. Even if we make a mistake, we acknowledge that we made the mistake, the first step to not doing it again. And continue to try our hardest to be of benefit. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Guru Siddhams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharma Kaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Guru Siddhams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharma Kaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Guru Siddhams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharma Kaya. Sorry. So having now some other sentient beings to join us in taking refuge, the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. And the Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, the purifying light intensifies, and more of the negative karma is being removed. And we begin to glow atom by atom, radiating light back to the Guru and all other sentient beings who themselves exchange themselves with the Guru and others. We become one with the Guru, we become one with one another. And as more and more sentient beings purify and join us, our collective light shines brighter and brighter, dispelling the darkness of samsara. And like a beacon, we shine for those who try to find the way out of samsaric existence. And like a searchlight, we aim for those who are aimlessly wandering in the darkness so that we can step in and guide them to the light of liberation. So to recite the Mani mantra, let's remember that Om represents body, speech, and mind, both in its defiled form, but also the purest aspect of the Guru. And in order to transform to the purest aspect that benefits Mother Sentient beings to the fullest, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om. So as we recite the Mani mantra, keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the Guru and other sentient beings, and how you're being purified more and more, and that you begin to shine brighter and brighter. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Having acknowledged our faults through the actions of body, speech, and mind, which have caused suffering to other sentient beings, and in return to ourselves, having laid them bare, and have made the pledge to from now on engage in wholesome activities, having taken refuge in the Guru and reciting Mani mantras, whilst exchanging ourselves with the Guru and other sentient beings, may we visualize ourselves as pure, and holding on to the pure state, may we now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating Sakya from disease. We go for 3 recitations. May we, with these recitations, may we address the suffering of the body, the suffering of the speech, and suffering of the mind. May all those who are sick be restored to good health. May all those who have entered the Bardo, about to enter the Bardo, have swift transitions and be reborn under favorable conditions. May all those who experience hardships be given whatever resources are required for them to overcome these hardships and be restored to a place of happiness that is free from suffering. May all the disease that's had in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the arms of grass, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. In the sound of whose names there are beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits at suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Rakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grass, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yahweh, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits at Hamsad, the 24 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May son of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yahweh, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits at Hamsadi, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Maybe visualize that through the power of these prayers and through the purity of our own actions, the merits that we've accumulated, the prayer is taking effect, and that it's making a difference within COVID in particular, and other sources of suffering. And while it could be argued that COVID still exists, the way it's expressing itself within society, the consequences thereof. If we think back just to March last year, there is a completely different play going on here, and so we need to focus also on the positives that are coming through, and so we must never give up on seeing the good bits as well. May we dedicate all our merits to the benefit of all mother sentient beings. May all mother sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May be the cause for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the precious community of Sangha, not just our own tradition, but all traditions, for keeping the flame of the Dharma alive and preserving the teachings and the traditions by taking up studies, giving teachings themselves, and carrying out translations. May our brothers and sisters never be separated from the Dharma and virtuous friends. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we benefit from their presence in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of the wonderful lay community, who through the kind actions of giving their expertise, time and financial support and other support in so many different ways to the Dharma centers and Dharma-related charitable projects to ensure that they're flourishing. May our brothers and sisters live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Sangha, the Dharma and virtuous friends. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And may we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our precious Gurus. May all their holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, in particular the long life and affluence of the 14th Dalai Lama. May we continue to be guided by his wisdom and love and compassion in this and all future lifetimes. May we see this lifetime be reunited with his people in Tibet. May we also dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who tasked us with his prayerathon, and by doing so brought us as a community much closer together, not just as a community of Sangha, of the International Mahayana Institute, but also the Sangha, with everyone who's been kind enough to join us over the past 73 weekends. May Lama Zopa continue to live a long and healthy life. May continue to be guided by his wisdom and compassion in all future lifetimes. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen, arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long love prayers for Holiness and Lama Zopa. Chenrezig Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for hosting us continuously and so diligently for the past 73 weekends. And there she is, Venerable Ching. How are you?
Very
Lovely
good,
to
Venerable
see you.
Dancho. Nice to see you too.
Well, hey. Lars, another flickering background. Lars was flickering in and out earlier. No, you keep it well?
Yes, thank you. I'm at Institute Lama Tsongkhapa now, and
Okay.
so happy to be settled again at a Dharma center and hope to be here a long time.
Oh, yes, because I thought, oh, is she just visiting, or so you moved over there for the foreseeable future?
Yes.
Enjoy.
Thank you. Yeah, we're going to start the
tell you
master's
cooking,
program
eh?
in a year. Oh my goodness,
So
yes.
did you say master's program or pastor's program?
If I said pasta's program, it's probably because that's where my mind goes. Yes. My attachment to food, Italian cookies and everything. Yeah.
But it also shows you that with simple things, you can make nice food. You know, lovely to see you, Venerable.
Great to see you too.
Well,
thank you.
Now that means we have you more on sociable hours.
Yes. Yes.
Looking forward to it.
And thank you so much for organizing and leading. Without you, this wouldn't be possible.
Without everyone else, it wouldn't be possible either. So let's agree that we do it as a team.
All right.
Thank you very much, Ronche.
Thank you. Take care. Bye. So welcome to anyone who is joining for this next half-hour session with me as we do the Thangtong Gyalpo prayer to alleviate disease. And this is a chance where, I think a lot of people have felt discouraged because of the newest variant, the Omicron variant, and feeling like we're maybe going almost back to square one, even though we have vaccines and there's even now a pill that maybe is going to be helpful. So there are things that are helping. And so we just need to keep going on these Saturdays, as Lama Zopa Rinpoche advised, because this is helping to address the underlying karmic causes of all of this illness, this common karma that we're all experiencing. And so we do these prayers together to help alleviate any of the suffering that all sentient beings are experiencing, but especially anything related to COVID. And if you read up on this practice a little bit and who Thangtong Gyalpo was, you'll see that this was a prayer that he spontaneously composed in order to stop an epidemic at the Great Shakya Monastery, and everything else had not been working, and this prayer immediately stopped the disease there. So very potent practice done by a very great yogi. So we can have confidence, since it's been advised by our spiritual director, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, that this is the right thing to do with our Saturday. Very meaningful way to spend our half an hour together. And so before we do the practice, it's good to settle the mind a bit. You may be coming in having had a busy day, or about to get ready to go out for a busy day. And so we want to bring the mind inward a bit and calm it down. As Geshe Gelik always says, to do a meditation, you have to have at least a neutral mind, and at best a positive mind. And we do have to do we try to do the visualization along with the practice, depending on how familiar you are with it. And so there is a meditation that's going along with this prayer. We're hopefully not just going blah, 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 and saying the words without having any real meaning to it. So find a comfortable position with your back straight. Make sure that your seat, however you're seated, is nice and stable, so that you don't have to worry about your body. And once you feel really stable with your back straight, you want to just relax in that posture. We tend to carry an awful lot of stress and tension in our body without even noticing. And so really allow yourself to relax the body. Venerable Rabina Corton describes it as the skeleton is strong, but the flesh and the muscles are just draped on the skeleton. And we can just practice a very brief few moments of mindfulness of the body to help draw our mind inwards, where you're just paying attention to whatever sensations are happening in your body. It might be where your body is connecting to the floor or your seat, feeling the weight of that connection of gravity. Maybe it's the feel of the clothes on your skin. Perhaps you're noticing in your body some tingling. Maybe you're aware of your heart, the rhythm of it, moving the blood around. And you're just noticing it. You don't need to identify. You don't need to label and diagnose. When you notice a sensation, just give it your attention. Just watch what happens when you pay attention to the sensation. And then check your motive. Apologies, I seem to have lost connection for a moment. So we were visualizing you're surrounded by your family and friends, people who are close to you, and expanding out from there, including your enemies, strangers, and all other sentient beings like animals and beings from other realms, all in human form, stretching to infinity, like when you put two mirrors facing each other and it just goes on and on and on endlessly. And think that not a single sentient being is left out. And in front of you is a 1,000-armed Chenrezig. I'm sharing a picture of Chenrezig, so you can use it to help your visualization. And some of the most important things to think are that Chenrezig is one with your precious guru. And that in front of you, he stands with his 1,000 arms. And everything about Chenrezig, his clothes, his body, jewelry, all of it is in the nature of light, all of the surroundings. And so if you're a beginner, if you can even just get a sense of the white light, that's a great way to start. And a sense that this is perfect love, perfect compassion, perfect wisdom, all embodied in Chenrezig, here with you now, only wanting to help. And imagine that you, along with all sentient beings, then take refuge, and we'll say the motivation and refuge prayer 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. And we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And think that you are requesting that Chenrezig please purify all of the karmic seeds, the negativities that are the causes of this terrible pandemic, this COVID-19, as well as all negativities of body and mind that cause any type of suffering. And Chenrezig, out of his total compassion, sends out a powerful beam of white light that arcs out and enters into your crown and the crowns of all sentient beings, instantly filling your entire body and their bodies with light, which is in the nature of bliss. And as that light fills all of our bodies instantaneously. It purifies any of this ignorance, negativities, delusions, karmic seeds, everything related to this disease and all sufferings. As we say the mantra, and I'll recite it 7 times and then we'll keep going on our malas at our own pace. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. 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 Mani Padme. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. And continue as best you can to hold that visualization of all sentient beings being purified by this blissful white light coming from Chenrezig's heart. As we recite the actual prayer 3 times, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so now imagine that all sentient beings are completely purified. Not one atom of negativity left in their body or mind. And Guru Chenrezig is so pleased with you. He comes to the crown of your head, turning and facing the same direction as you, dissolves into light, and the white light then descends into your crown, filling your whole body, merging you and Chenrezig and your Guru, all in union oneness, so that you're abiding in a state, seeing all things as empty of inherent existence, with the heart full of love and compassion, wishing to free all sentient beings. And just for a couple of minutes, meditate on that spacious emptiness. Seeing all phenomena as merely labeled. Not existing inherently, but still there's an infallibility in how they function. They are empty because they exist. They exist because they are empty. But they don't exist in the way that ordinary mind perceives it. It's as so subtle as if they don't exist. Extremely subtle. And from that vast space of emptiness, we dedicate the merit that we just created, and all of the merit of all of the Buddhas of the 3 times, and all sentient beings, to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta, not yet born, arise. may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. To realize emptiness, samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising or unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And for the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. And we seal the merits with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And we say the long life prayers for His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche, keeping in mind all of your precious gurus. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you to the Chenrezig team for supporting this technically every week for this whole time. Fantastic effort. And thank you to everyone who participated.
Hello.
Hello, Venerable. Welcome.
Okay, then now it's the moment of the French language.
Ah, very good.
We will continue in French.
Okay, merci.
Merci. Because my English is very bad.
My French the same. C'est très mal.
Thank you.
Okay,
Bye. See you later.
Merci. Bye bye.
Et ben voilà, nous sommes de nouveau entre nous. Alors voilà. Bonsoir Marie-Françoise, bonsoir tout le monde. Et donc je vais faire le partage d'écran vite fait. Parce que j'étais un petit peu à la bourre tout à l'heure. Donc il faut que je cherche, parce que je suis au centre. Voilà. Il faut simplement quelques minutes pour que j'arrive à... Voilà, je fais... Voilà, parce qu'aujourd'hui, il y avait une pratique au centre et j'étais là toute la journée. Donc, du coup, je fais sur l'ordinateur du centre. Et quand je suis habitué au mien, du coup, après, il faut que je tatouille un peu. Donc, ce soir, on fait cette pratique de Thangtong Gyalpo pour la pandémie, comme on fait toutes les semaines. La FPMT l'a maintenue à juste titre, puisque la situation n'a pas l'air de s'améliorer, bien au contraire, avec tous ces variants qui nous arrivent d'un peu partout. Alors, bien que le centre ferme ce week-end, mais cette pratique, on va la continuer. Je règle en même temps les choses, hein, je suis désolé. Donc voilà, cette pratique, elle se fait. Pendant la période des fêtes, je vais continuer à la faire. C'est compréhensible que tout le monde ne puisse pas être là le 25 décembre, le 1er janvier, mais bon, moi, je vais la faire. Ne vous inquiétez pas si vous ne participez pas, ce n'est pas un souci. Voilà, je tiens, du moment que la pratique se fait, le calendrier est tenu. Les autres pratiques pour les malades, j'ai vu dans le calendrier de Zoom qu'elles ont été enlevées parce que le centre est fermé. Donc bon, maintenant tout le monde s'en... Donc je vais pas, voilà, je vais laisser comme ça parce que sinon c'est encore une galère. Donc voilà, nous nous retrouvons ce soir. J'espère que tout le monde va bien. Et donc on a vu que la pandémie semble revenir avec autant de difficultés pour les gens, et je dirais aussi autant de difficultés autant pour ceux qui prennent ça en considération et autant pour ceux qui ne la prennent pas en considération. Encore tout à l'heure, quelqu'un me disait que bon, est-ce que vraiment c'est nécessaire? Parce que c'est pas vrai ce qu'on nous dit, il n'y a pas tant de malades que ça. Et enfin, on m'a rentré sur ce genre de discours, donc qui est un petit peu déstabilisant, mais les faits sont là. On ne va pas rentrer dans tous ces débats inutiles et on va essayer de vraiment d'y mettre de notre mieux pour dissiper tout ce carbone négatif qui se manifeste d'une tas de manières par rapport aux gens. Et c'est vrai que chacun réagit à sa manière dans cette situation difficile. Mais bon, pour certains, ça semble un petit peu hard. Donc, on va essayer de méditer sur les 4 pensées. On commencera pour retrouver, ce qui me concerne en tout cas, pour retrouver une attitude un petit peu équanime et posée. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres demeuraient dans l'équanimité, libres de l'attachement qui les rapproche des uns et de la haine qui les éloigne des autres. Puisse-t-il demeurer ainsi? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'il demeure dans cet état? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres obtenaient le bonheur suprême de l'éveil et les causes de ce bonheur. Puisse-t-il les obtenir? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils les obtiennent? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres étaient libérés de la souffrance et des causes de la souffrance. Puisse-t-il en être libérés? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils en soient libérés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres n'étaient jamais séparés du bonheur de renaissance supérieure et de la libération. Puisse-t-il ne jamais en être séparés? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils n'en soient jamais séparés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et donc, pour arriver à faire tout cela, donc on s'adresse à Chenrezig, que nous visualisons au-dessus de notre tête et de celle de tous les êtres. Donc, nous visualisons un lotus blanc et un disque de lune. Dessus, sur le disque de lune, il y a la lettre Germe Sri. Et de cette lettre apparaît le noble Chenrezig. Chenrezig est blanc, il est lumineux, il diffuse des rayons de 5 couleurs. Son sourire est magnifique. Son regard est plein de compassion. Et de ses 4 mains, les 2 premières sont jointes. Les autres tiennent un rosaire de cristal et un lotus blanc. Il est paré de soieries et d'ornements de joyaux. Et le Bouddha Amitabha, le Bouddha de lumière infinie, couronne sa tête. Il est assis. Ses 2 jambes sont dans la posture adamantine, c'est-à-dire les jambes croisées, dans la posture du lotus. Et il s'adosse contre une lune immaculée. Et donc, Chenrezig, tel que nous le voyons, il est l'essence de tous les refuges. Donc maintenant, je vais essayer de partager l'écran avec la prière proprement dite. Voilà. Ça va aller très vite cette fois-ci. Voilà. Tous les êtres mémères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres mémères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres mémères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres mémères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Et là, nous pouvons réciter le mantra de Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Padme Hum. Om Mani 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 Padme Hum. Om Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Om Padme Hum. Om Mani 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 Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Oh Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Oh Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum. Maintenant, on va passer à la récitation de la prière proprement dite, comme on a l'habitude, avec une strophe et des malas, et ainsi de suite, et des mantras, et ainsi de suite. Puis toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement affligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Puis toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puisse le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Par la compassion des maîtres, des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des dakinis, des gardiens et des protecteurs du dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puisse dédicace et prières être pleinement exaucées. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Je l'ai dit, le dernier paragraphe, je ne sais plus, enfin on va le dire. Par la compassion des maîtres, des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des dakinis, des gardiens et des protecteurs du dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puis dédicace et prières, être pleinement exaucées. Et là, comme on n'a pas le temps, comme on a le temps, de toute façon, on va recommencer depuis le début. On a le temps de le faire au moins 2 fois. Puis toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puis tous les êtres incarnés, ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Puis tous les êtres incarnés, ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, les 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Puis toutes les souffrances, Dieu des règlements des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puisse le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres et des 3 rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des dakinis, des gardiens et des protecteurs du dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent dédicaces et prières être pleinement exaucées. Et on repart depuis le début. Puis toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puis tous les êtres incarnés, ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Puis tous les êtres incarnés, ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Puis toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres et des 3 rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des dakinis, des gardiens et des protecteurs du dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent dédicaces et prières être pleinement exaucées. Donc maintenant, nous allons passer à la dédicace. Puisse le joyau suprême de la bodhicitta naître là où il n'est pas né, ne pas dégénérer là où il est déjà né, mais s'accroître de plus en plus. Grâce aux mérites accumulés par ses actions vertueuses, puisse-je rapidement atteindre l'état d'un maître Bouddha et conduire tous les êtres sans exception à cet état d'éveil. Grâce aux mérites des 3 temps, accumulés par moi-même, les Bouddhas, les Bodhisattvas et tous les êtres, puissent les guerres, la famine, la torture, la pauvreté, les problèmes économiques et tous les dangers liés à la terre, à l'eau, au feu, au vent, être immédiatement pacifiés. Et puisse la paix et le bonheur parfait remplir le cœur et la vie de chacun. Puisse les enseignements du Bouddha durer longtemps et puissent les êtres de ce monde rencontrer les enseignements du Bouddha et atteindre l'éveil aussi vite que possible. Grâce au mérite du passé, du présent et de l'avenir, créé par moi-même, au mérite des 3 temps, accumulés par les innombrables Bouddhas, les innombrables êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre, puissais-je, moi qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre, atteindre l'état de plein éveil qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre et mener tous les êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre vers cet état qui est lui-même entièrement vide d'existence propre, uniquement par moi-même qui suis aussi entièrement vide d'existence propre. Et la prière de longue vie de sa sainteté Dalai Lama. Gori Rawe Kowe Chinkam Di Penta Dewa Malu Jumene, Chenrezig Institute Multimedia partout en Dieu. Et la Big Heart Lama Zopa Rinpoche, vous qui maintenant l'attitude du conquérant, soutenant, préservant et propageant l'enseignement de la Kappa, œuvrez comme le serviteur imperturbable de toutes choses, vous qui êtes accomplis par la force de vos excellentes aspirations, qui rendent hommage aux trois rares et sublimes, veuillez demeurer longtemps comme mon sauveur et celui de vos autres disciples. Et voilà, nous avons terminé également cette pratique pour cette fois-ci également. Merci à tous et à toutes d'avoir pratiqué. Je laisse la place au successeur, à vénérable Agata Montevecchi, ti lascio il posto.
Grazie. Grazie per tutto quello che fai, veramente prezioso.
E se ne anche tu, che facciamo la stessa cosa.
Sì, però non è così scontato, no?
Qualcuno lo deve fare.
Sì.
Io dico, ho firmato per quello, no? Quando ho preso...
Ah sì, sì, giusto.
E quindi ecco, facciamo il nostro lavoro. Et donc, au revoir à tout le monde. Si je ne vous vois pas, bonne Noël, bonne fête.
Merci beaucoup.
À bientôt.
Merci, Vénérable. À bientôt. Au revoir.
Au revoir. Hop, ciao a tutti.
Ciao, grazie. Buonasera a tutti, sono Agata del centro Chanchup Choling di Polava, Udine, provincia di Udine, un centro fondato da Geshe Shetoten tanti anni fa. E vorrei cominciare subito la pratica facendo la purificazione in 9 cicli per cercare di calmare corpo, parola e mente. Cercate di rimanere con la schiena dritta e cominciamo chiudendo le narici, la narice destra con le dita della mano destra. Inspiriamo con la narice sinistra e poi inspiriamo ed espiriamo con la narice destra e poi con entrambe le narici. La visualizzazione è quella che noi cerchiamo di ispirare la luce, entrano di noi tutte le realizzazioni e la chiara luce che si dissolve in noi pensando attraverso il respiro bianco. E all'altezza dell'ombelico è abbastanza importante cercare di trattenere i venti per qualche secondo. Poi mandiamo fuori l'aria sotto forma di fumo nero e pensiamo che tutte le oscurazioni, le afflizioni, tutto quello che crea ostacoli al nostro percorso spirituale se ne va lontano, lontano. Anche la paura, tutto ciò che è indesiderato esce e viene mandato lontano, lontano. Quindi procediamo con la ispirazione ed espirazione attraverso la narice sinistra, poi attraverso la narice destra e in questo modo chiudiamo le narici entrambe e poi con entrambe le narici. E così mandiamo via tutte le tensioni della giornata, della settimana, di quello che non è di buon auspicio per questa meravigliosa pratica. Quindi cominciamo. Cambiamo la narice. Bene, quindi adesso pensiamo alla motivazione, pensiamo al perché siamo qua. Innanzitutto diciamoci grazie perché siamo riusciti a far parte di questo meraviglioso karma collettivo che è la preghiera voluta dal Dalai Lama e da Lama Zopa, che dura veramente da tantissimi anni, tantissime settimane, scusate. E quindi pensiamo, che cos'è la cosa più importante? È la motivazione di bodhicitta, perché vogliamo diventare illuminati per aiutare tutti gli esseri senzienti, ma non sono solo parole. Questo significa prendersi cura degli altri perché fanno parte della nostra stessa entità, innanzitutto, perché noi dipendiamo dagli altri e siamo interdipendenti da cause e condizioni e essendo in un'unica motivazione che è quella che ha come obiettivo di aiutare tutti gli esseri senzienti, riusciamo anche a risolvere problemi nell'immediato, perché avere un obiettivo, avere un punto molto chiaro nella mente, che è quello di diventare dei Buddha, perché qua si tratta proprio di diventare dei Buddha, aiuta anche tutto il comportamento che su questa base ha una valenza molto più positiva, nel senso che si cercano i vantaggi, gli svantaggi di una condotta pura e di seguire i valori più importanti in questo momento, che sono quelli del qui e ora, di essere consapevoli di quello che abbiamo, che non è poco, di rigioire, dire grazie più volte al giorno e non dare per scontato niente. E allora, la bodhicitta, la pratica per diventare illuminati o il sentimento di bodhicitta è costituito da due fattori, il metodo e la saggezza. Il metodo principale è la bodhicitta convenzionale e la saggezza indispensabile è la visione della vacuità ed è la bodhicitta ultima. Quindi noi dobbiamo cercare di sviluppare, perfezionare, realizzare la bodhicitta convenzionale e quella ultima. La bodhicitta convenzionale è quella di prenderci cura degli altri, l'interessamento altruistico. Vogliamo diventare illuminati per riuscire a liberare tutti gli esseri senzienti. Il suo opposto è la preoccupazione egoistica, che si prende cura solo dell'io, che ritiene proprio come caro, prezioso, e soprattutto ci crediamo veramente di avere un io in questo, come se fosse veramente esistente. La bodhicitta ultima, che è la visione della natura, della vacuità dei fenomeni, ha il suo opposto l'aggrapparci all'io, che appare appunto come se fosse vero. Invece è una proiezione distorta della nostra mente, una proiezione del pensiero completamente distorta. Ma questi due fattori, l'egoismo e l'aggrapparci all'io, ci rendono la vita impossibile. Allora, seguendo i consigli dei grandi maestri, che per fortuna abbiamo conosciuto, abbiamo un metodo molto valido da seguire che ci aiuta ad andare alla radice della nostra sofferenza ed eliminarla, estrapolarla ed eliminarla completamente. Quindi ecco perché è così importante la motivazione di bodhicitta, cioè l'interessamento altruistico che ci dà come risultato il diventare illuminati. Quindi questa dovrebbe essere l'essenza della nostra pratica, che va custodita proprio nel profondo del cuore, come se fosse un gioiello, un vero e proprio gioiello che magari costa tantissimo e ce l'abbiamo però già dentro il nostro cuore come la cosa più preziosa e valida del mondo. E perché? Perché abbiamo proprio bisogno della presenza degli altri, degli esseri senzienti. Prendiamoci cura di loro, quindi con amore e compassione, pensando proprio di andare a scuola di unità, perché facciamo tutti parte comunque tutti siamo uno. Questo è molto importante, no? Un unico macrocosmo di luce, amore e compassione. Però non è così semplice metterlo in pratica, non basta dirlo, no? Ecco perché seguiamo dei punti chiavi che ci hanno insegnato i maestri, no? Che sono questi, che innanzitutto ricordare tutti gli esseri senzienti, cioè ricordare le 6 cause e un effetto. E ricordare che tutti gli altri sono stati nostra madre, perché abbiamo vissuto innumerevoli vite, quindi abbiamo avuto innumerevoli madri. E ricordiamo la loro gentilezza quando sono stati nostra madre, poi vogliamo ricambiare la loro gentilezza, poi desideriamo donare loro amore, felicità e desideriamo che possano essere liberi dalla sofferenza. Il sesto, che è la cosa più importante, far sorgere la mente superiore, cioè quella di bodhicitta. Da solo farò in modo che questo avvenga. E quindi queste sono le cause che porteranno appunto al desiderio assoluto di raggiungere l'illuminazione per aiutare tutti gli esseri senzienti. Ed ecco che arriva il metodo, che è veramente valido, ed è quello della pratica del Tonglen. Abbiamo davanti a noi visualizziamo tutti gli esseri senzienti dei 6 reami. Ci sono gli esseri umani, gli animali, gli spiriti affamati, assetati, gli esseri infernali, dei e semidei. Ognuno di loro soffre atrocemente. Gli esseri infernali soffrono a causa del caldo e del freddo estremi. E certe volte basta guardare quello che succede nella terra per vedere appunto vicino all'Ucraina, nei confini, ci sono i migranti che hanno talmente tanto freddo che muoiono i bambini, o gente che veramente non ha niente da mangiare. Cioè, non andiamo a ricercare magari il fattore inferno in una dimensione, in una terza dimensione, perché basta guardare la terra come sta andando avanti adesso. E quindi poi ci sono appunto gli animali che si mangiano a vicenda, ed è veramente atroce, perché gli stessi pesci mangiano i pesci, eccetera, no? E poi vengono anche sfruttati dagli esseri senzienti, sì, dagli esseri umani, no? Li sfruttano fino a farli morire. Poi ci sono gli esseri umani che soffrono della nascita, malattia e morte. I semidei sono in continuo conflitto fra loro e soffrono anche del preavviso della loro morte. Finito il loro karma, potrebbero anche rinascere in reami inferiori. Questo li fa stare malissimo. Quindi ognuno di loro, pensiamo che tutti quanti soffrono in maniera atroce, però se avete un problema fisico, un dolore, non so, vi fa male il ginocchio, non riuscite a respirare bene. Ecco, per esempio, in questo momento, no, abbiamo il problema del respiro, no? Di vitale importanza stare benissimo, se no ci ammaliamo di Covid. Ecco, possiamo prenderci cura dei nostri polmoni dove c'è il gioiello all'altezza del cuore, e come se fossero veramente la cosa più importante del mondo in questo momento, no? Allora, pensiamo che tutti quanti hanno il problema di non respirare bene a causa del Covid o per altre malattie. Oppure se avete un problema fisico, immaginate che tutti ce l'hanno, e questo aiuta molto nella pratica effettiva per risolvere il problema stesso. Quindi, oppure una paura, un lutto, qualcosa anche di mentale, la paura del domani, qualsiasi cosa. Oltre alla sofferenza vera e propria che hanno tutti quanti i 6 reami, potete anche visualizzare qualcosa di concreto che vi appartiene. E in questo momento appartiene a tutti la paura del Covid, anche, no? Possiamo anche metterla lì. E quindi pensiamo che noi a questo punto ispiriamo sotto forma di luce nera tutte le negatività e le sofferenze e le cause delle sofferenze, e dopo aver espresso questa meravigliosa motivazione di bodhicitta, pensiamo possano maturare su di me le negatività e le cause. Ispiriamo la luce nera, colore come fumo nero, che rappresenta tutto il negativo. E all'altezza del nostro cuore visualizziamo una palla nera. Pensiamo che sia molto pesante, molto fatta come di ferro, molto pesante, che ha la natura della preoccupazione egoistica. È l'altezza del nostro cuore. Vediamo arrivare il fumo nero che rappresenta tutta la negatività del mondo e le loro cause che arrivano da tutte le parti ed entrando attraverso il canale centrale, entra nel nostro canale centrale, sfiora la sfera nera della preoccupazione egoistica situata al nostro cuore. E in un istante c'è un'esplosione come una bomba e i frammenti vanno in 1000 pezzi. I frammenti della palla spariscono, pensiamo così. Concentriamoci sulla non vera esistenza dell'io, delle negatività e delle cause delle negatività degli altri. Non sono oggettivamente esistenti, autonomi e indipendenti. Se andiamo a cercarli non li troviamo, quindi meditiamo sulla natura della vacuità dell'io, delle negatività e delle cause della negatività. Sorge un gran senso di liberazione per aver eliminato da una parte le sofferenze degli altri e dall'altra la nostra preoccupazione egoistica, perché abbiamo liberato gli altri dalle loro negatività e abbiamo preso su di noi, sotto forma di fumo nero, che è arrivato al cuore colpendo la palla dell'io ed è sparito definitivamente e noi siamo liberi e quindi ci troviamo in uno stato di grande gioia perché abbiamo fatto qualcosa di grande significato. La gioia, questa meravigliosa energia, si trasforma in una luce bianchissima che ci riempie completamente La facciamo uscire attraverso i pori della nostra pelle. La luce bianca va a inondare tutti gli esseri dei sei reami, rendendoli felici e purificati. La luce rientra dentro il nostro cuore, piano piano la facciamo rientrare. Adesso esce ancora la luce con le offerte per tutto il campo dei meriti, Buddha, Bodhisattva, Daka, Dakini, protettori Dharmapala. Offriamo acqua da bere, meravigliose cascate di acqua pura. Acqua per lavare i piedi. Tantissimi fiori, anche giardini che avete visto magari in passato, che vi sono piaciuti. Regalate questo atto di generosità e di bellezza, regalate la bellezza al campo dei meriti. Montagne di incenso. La luce. Miliardi di soli, tantissima luce. Offrite tutto quello che potete immaginare che rappresenta la luce. Profumi deliziosi. Cibo. E musica. Meravigliosa musica. Adesso pensiamo che tutto il campo dei meriti sono tutti molto compiaciuti con noi, sono veramente felici per questo gesto di generosità e rimandano la luce energizzata dentro il nostro cuore. Cerchiamo di sentire sempre questo senso di gioia, di felicità, di gratitudine. Stiamo facendo una pratica suprema, siamo felici di essere qua. Visualizziamo che Chenrezig è davanti a noi e dal suo chakra del capo esce una luce bianca molto molto intensa che entra nel nostro chakra del capo e ci riempie completamente di luce bianca. In questo modo vengono purificate le 3 azioni non virtuose del corpo, che sono uccidere, rubare, usare comportamento sessuale scorretto. Pensiamo che in questo modo vengono il karma, la causa del karma, in questo momento viene purificato attraverso la luce di Chenrezig. Dal suo cuore si emana luce rossa, un fascio di luce rossa che entra dentro il nostro cuore, ci riempie completamente e vengono eliminate tutte le negatività, le 4 azioni non virtuose della nostra parola: mentire, calunniare, creare divisioni, usare parole offensive, parlare a vanvera o fare pettegolezzi. Dal suo cuore si emana un fascio di luce blu che entra dentro il nostro cuore. Prima era nella gola, scusate. Comunque abbiamo in questo modo una luce blu che ci riempie completamente e vengono eliminate le 4 azioni in relazione alla mente, che sono provare brama, attaccamento, desiderio, malevolenza, cattiveria e sostenere le visioni distorte. Quindi dal capo, gola e cuore di Chenrezig escono 3 fasci di luce bianca, rossa e blu simultaneamente ed entrano dentro di noi, nel nostro corpo, parola e mente, capo, gola e cuore insieme, e ci purificano completamente dalle cause che creano il karma negativo delle azioni distorte. E con questa visualizzazione recitiamo una mala di mantra di Chenrezig. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. La luce esce anche attraverso il corpo, però la mente di Chenrezig va ad inondare tutti gli esseri senzienti dei 6 reami. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Adesso passiamo alla pratica vera e propria e leggiamo la motivazione. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Recitiamo una mala di mantra con questa determinazione, continuando a prendere rifugio. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Adesso pensiamo sempre che intorno a noi ci sono tutti gli esseri senzienti dei sei reami, che abbiamo Buddha Chenrezig davanti a noi e visualizziamo dentro il nostro cuore il nostro Guru Radice seduto su un fiore di su un trono, un fiore di loto e un sole all'altezza del nostro cuore col viso rivolto verso l'esterno. E recitiamo questa preghiera effettiva pensando che siamo veramente molto fortunati ad aver ricevuto gli insegnamenti del Dharma. In questo momento è questa la cosa più importante, è questa la ricchezza che aiuterà le persone che ci stanno vicino, noi stessi, tutti i maestri, e grazie a questa grande determinazione e al coraggio che dobbiamo avere in questo momento, le cose si risolveranno, non ci sono dubbi, se rimaniamo sempre concentrati sul Dharma. Pensiamo, qualsiasi cosa succede, qualsiasi cosa voi vediate, non importa, voi comunque siete connessi con corpo, parole e mente, col Dalai Lama, col vostro Guru Radice e con gli insegnamenti del Dharma. Potete sempre e comunque contare sugli insegnamenti e i preziosi consigli di tutti i maestri. Questa deve essere la vostra priorità assoluta e non mollate mai, dovete avere veramente coraggio, no? imparate anche da grandi praticanti laici, non solo maestri, perché magari certe volte si ha un po' paura, no? Non ce la farò mai, non riuscirò mai a diventare una persona, una persona valida, o come fanno i maestri, no? Però per fortuna abbiamo l'esempio di tanti praticanti laici che ci danno veramente forza, coraggio, come Valentino, come i grandi praticanti che continuano imperterriti, nonostante tutto, a fare grandi ritiri, a non mollare mai. Ecco, questo è importantissimo. Dovete avere forza, coraggio di seguire il Dharma, di seguire la via del Buddha, perché a differenza di tante altre religioni, no, qua i maestri imparano un metodo, studiano tantissimo, però poi lo devono realizzare per passare allo step successivo. Quindi abbiamo veramente abbiamo avuto delle grandi possibilità di seguire un lignaggio puro. Questo è importantissimo. E quindi adesso leggiamo con determinazione. Noi siamo persone, noi valiamo, noi facciamo parte del tutto, quindi se noi stiamo bene, se noi abbiamo forza, coraggio e determinazione, aiutiamo effettivamente gli altri. E quindi con questa sensazione, no, di essere nel posto giusto e avere la possibilità di essere aiutati anche da grandi guru, grandi maestri, facciamo questa preghiera, perché voluta dal Dalai Lama e dal Lama Zopa non è poco, no? E poi sta andando avanti senza ostacoli, anche questo è importante. Quindi possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose. I 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei tacchini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separa il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la compassione guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Volevo dirvi che in Francia, al centro Vajrayogini, c'è un gruppo di persone che tutti gli anni, per 8 mesi, dal 16 di novembre fino al 16 di giugno, fanno la pratica di Chenrezig con digiuno, prostrazioni, praticamente rimangono lì a fare questa grande pratica per tantissimi mesi e sono laici, quindi a parte Charles che è un grandissimo geshe, un grandissimo monaco che con tante realizzazioni, però ci sono tanti laici, sì, è una bella storia, no? Sapere che comunque ci sono anche ci sono tanti praticanti che portano avanti il Dharma in modo molto molto potente, ecco, volevo dire questo. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dai karma. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai Buddha, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo e la mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche, queste preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha e dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha e dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 re supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano tutte queste dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Passiamo alle dediche. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa ed effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possano essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possano tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezioni. In particolare facciamo una dedica a tutti gli infermieri e i dottori negli ospedali, nelle case di riposo e nei centri di salute mentali e anche nelle prigioni, a tutti i dottori. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, con un senso di gratitudine anche per tutto quello che stanno facendo. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Adesso pensiamo, facciamo una dedica a tutti i maestri, i professori delle scuole, delle case delle associazioni private, comunque tutti quelli che hanno la responsabilità di educare i ragazzi. Diamo loro forza e coraggio con queste dediche. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Pensiamo a tutte le persone che sono morte in questo periodo perché possano avere supporto del loro prezioso Guru Radice e passare i 6 bardo guidati dalla luce di Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum, per avere una meravigliosa rinascita vicino a un posto dove si pratica il Dharma. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Facciamo una dedica a tutti i politici perché possano prendere le decisioni giuste in questo momento molto delicato per il bene degli altri. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. A tutti i maestri, i nostri guru, tutti i maestri di Dharma, per possano vivere a lungo e continuare a elargire consigli spirituali per tanto tempo. Om Mani Padme Hum. E ai praticanti del Dharma perché possano continuare con sforzo entusiastico, coraggio e determinazione. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato da guru perfetti, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni sentieri, possa io tenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa che agisce come il nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai, neppure per un secondo, dal puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Possano io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrapa che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo, era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei vittoriosi e ha realizzato lo yoga dei 2 stadi della suprema beatitudine e vacuità. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, le medicine, il legno da ardere nei monasteri, possa io sempre essere usato dagli esseri senzienti, esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, possa io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa. Possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro, accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha, innumerevoli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto, di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione. che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da solo, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte. Come l'eroe Manjushri e come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente questa virtù affinché possa seguirli nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica considerata come la suprema da tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei tre tempi per avere una condotta pura, affinché il sentiero del Dharma, del re del Dharma Tsongkhapa prosperi, possano tutti i segni degli ostacoli essere pacificati e che tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei due tipi di meriti dei tre tempi di me stesso e degli altri, possano gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrappa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile, Tenzin Gyatso, ti supplico, possono i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi, diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Magnohat, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi. Salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. Grazie. Passiamo la parola a Venerabile Losan. Hello, Venerable Losan.
Hello, Venerable Agatha. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
And where are you?
I am in Italy, North Italy, Chamciuccioli Center.
Where is that? In which city or which town?
Near Udine.
Ale, okay.
Sì.
I'm not so far away from you, actually. I'm in, in the southern part of Switzerland.
Switzerland. Yes.
In near Martigny, so we just have to go over the Sempione, and then we're in Domodossola, and then Milano, and then so maybe
okay.
not so far away from you, no?
Yes. Okay.
You have snow also, or
no?
No. Okay.
But it's very è freddo.
Yeah, I know. Here also, it's really cold. Winter has
Yes.
arrived.
Yes.
Okay, good. Well, very nice to meet you.
Also for me. Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of the evening.
Ciao a tutti, ci vediamo la prossima settimana. Grazie per essere venuti. Ciao.
Bye, Agatha. Bye.
Ciao.
Okay, so hello, my name is Losang. As I just said, I'm in the southern part of Switzerland. We have lots of snow because it's a mountain area. And it is cold, but nevertheless, we're inside and we have warm clothes, and so we are okay. So we're doing this practice for all beings who are not as okay as we are, and especially for the coronavirus. And before we start, I really like to say thank you to Chenrezig Institute, who so, wonderfully is looking after us, that we can just hand it over to the next and to the next to the next. And it, somebody is sitting there in front of these technical things, like not just one person, I guess, but many, but still it kind of they keep it going for 24 hours. So it's really wonderful. And then we, of course, long term, we do it for the enlightenment of all sentient beings. Short term, we do it for the coronavirus, because as it is like all around the world, it's starting again with a new variant of it. And let's have the confidence that by doing these prayers, we might not be able to see the difference that we're making, but how would it be, or what do you think it would be if we wouldn't do these prayers since almost 2 years every Saturday? So we don't know. So then at least we don't feel so useless and so hopeless. And we do this with a good heart, really thinking about all the people like Chenrezig, Venerable Damcho, who's getting us together every Saturday to fill all the slots, that this is happening. And for many people, it has become some kind of a refuge. So what I usually, or refuge we have anyway, but some kind of, a weekly activity that we dedicate all the positive energy, short term, for that people can stop suffering from this COVID-19. People are directly affected by it, but also people working in the health system and in the labs and, you know, totally overworked and so on. So since we are doing Chenrezig practice also, what I usually do after taking refuge and then before we do the Chenrezig practice, we recite prayer to Chenrezig, which is kind of a prayer asking for protection. So what protection are we asking for is not to create more negative karma in difficult situations, so that we recognize the negative states of our mind and we're not acting on it, so that for the future, not only we're not creating more negative karma, but we're also purifying it to other practices. And then we'll have conditions as we have now, so that we can, even though, you know, so many people suffer, even though so many people don't know what to do and totally despair, but we have a refuge and we know what to do. And outside conditions, definitely difficult, but we're able to deal with it with a clear mind and with a good heart, as His Holiness said. And really understand samsara, that even if the COVID is finished, then there will be other problems, as there were problems before. You know, one sometimes has the idea, when the COVID is finished, then everything will go back to normal. But then we have to ask ourselves, was normal really that fantastic? We tend to forget that also before the COVID, there were quite a lot of problems. So as we are taking refuge, you can either visualize Shakyamuni Buddha or already Chenrezig, 1,000 with 1,000 arms, 11 heads, or 1 head and 4 arms sitting, 1,000 armed standing, I'm sure you know. And you visualize whatever you feel comfortable with. But it's also really good to think about your living guru in his or her human form, and then check the state of your mind. The heart opens, we feel guided, we feel protected. We have these wonderful methods where we can transform everything into creating causes for liberation and awakening. And why is that? Thanks to the living guru in his or her human form, who was able to inspire us in such a way so that we are actually not just knowing about these methods, not just studying about them, but also applying them. And it's only like this that we will then, you know, actualize our Buddha nature. This is why we also take refuge in our own potential to become a Buddha in the Dharmakaya, so that then we can live our values spontaneously, uninterruptedly, and effortlessly, so that we can really be the people that we want to be, being able to help, knowing how to help, having no self-concern, you know, this kind of ego-centered attitude, totally eradicated, and only there happily, joyfully, for the benefit of others. This is what we want to attain when we take refuge, but then short term, when we recite these practices, mantras, and then the prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, we think that it will make this virus disappear the way it has appeared. So your living guru, you have two things actually. You have your living guru and you have Chenrezig or Shakyamuni Buddha, whatever feels more comfortable. Then you let the living guru melt into the image of the deity so that they become one. So that we know whenever we do deity practice, it's actually the guru that we are making supplications to, that we're making requests, or afterwards that we allow to absorb into us. So our mind can become one with the guru's mind. You have initiation. So then what remains is either Shakyamuni Buddha or Chenrezig. But in actuality, this is your guru. Then in order to take refuge, also not to feel alone, even if you are like me at the moment, alone in a studio. Then we think at our left side is our mom from this life, right side is our dad. We kind of drop all the resentments that we have towards them, and we're just very grateful. They gave us this body, they kept us alive, they gave us an education so that we can look after ourselves now. And even though maybe they weren't such great parents, nobody wants to be a bad parent. Just that sometimes they don't know better. But in general, you know, when we become aware of how much thoughts our parents spend on us, for our well-being, how they worry about us, how they're happy when we are happy. I mean, how can we keep on holding on to these resentments? Then another very powerful method is people that make you nervous, or people that you make nervous, you put in the space in front. So please put people with names, and if you have somebody like this, if you don't, fine. Then the space is empty, and then you're very happy that nobody can make you nervous. That whomever you meet, it makes you happy, or at least, you know, a neutral mind. If there's anybody who makes you upset, you put them in the space in front, you visualize them, you know clearly who they are, so that we can then slowly, slowly dissolve these knots and resentments that we have towards these people. We don't have to be afraid of them anymore. When we meet them, we're totally relaxed. And so the karma that binds us together, which is unpleasant, again can dissolve, and the next meetings will become, if not joyful, then at least neutral. Behind us are friends and family. They're also with an open heart, with a lot of gratitude. You know, not just name friends and family, but think about the people that you put behind you. Visualize. Say thank you. Be happy that you have all these people that allow you to love them and that love you. Don't take this for granted. Actually, we're never alone. We're constantly connected with almost every not just almost, with every sentient being, because mind has been existing since beginningless lifetimes. So it's sure that more than once, all of these beings at one point have been kind to us and have benefited us. And even at the moment, you know, very ordinary objects like, you know, like a mala, yeah? When you just think how many beings are involved in there for you to be able to hold the mala and count your mantras. I mean, there's no end, because these people who have made the mala, or maybe animals, insects, I don't know, they also had parents, and these parents had parents, and so on. So in one object, the whole universe is there. And so we receive so much kindness, and we want to repay that kindness. So you visualize all mother sentient beings around you, as far as you can see. So many beings underneath the earth, on top of the earth, in the air, in the sea, or in the water, in form and formless realms, and all the beings. I think I will lead all these beings to the enlightened state, long term, short term. With all of them together, we recite refuge, and then we do Chenrezig practice and Thangtong Gyalpo prayer, in order to be able to help the situation with the COVID-19. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha,